reports to be records custodians from Apple and AT&T. The defense is objecting to the certification from AT&T in that the signatures are pretty clearly typed-in signatures and not actually handwritten signatures. There is no complaint for the Apple certification because it actually appears to be a handwritten signature. And so the court went back last night and I reviewed the affidavits from AT&T. They clearly are affidavits because they state under penalty of perjury and that they specifically reference the federal rules of evidence 902, which is similar to our business exceptions under 901.11. And I believe that the signatures are valid, and I'll show you why. So I looked up Title 8B, which I didn't even know there was a title or a book, volume 8B in Tennessee Code annotated, and I looked up what electronic signature under the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act, codified in Title 47, Chapter 10 of the Tennessee Code, annotated. Section 8 says electronic signature means electronic sound, symbol, or process attached to or logically associated with the record and executed or adopted by a person with the intent to sign the record. And if you read comment 7, it states, the idea of a signature is broad and not specifically defined. Whether any particular record is signed is a question of fact. Proof of that fact must be made under the applicable law. This act simply assures that the signature may be accomplished through electronic means. No specific technology can be used in order to create a valid signature. One's voice on an answering machine may suffice if it is a requisite intention present. Similarly, including one's name as part of electronic mail communication also may suffice, as may the firm name on a facsimile. It also may be shown that the requisite intent was not present and accordingly the symbol, sound, or process did not amount to a signature. One may use a digital signature with the requisite intention, or one may use a private key solely as an access device with no intention to sign or otherwise accomplish a legally binding act. In any case, the critical element is the intention to execute or adopt the sound or symbol or process for the purpose of signing the record. And then, if you flip over to 4710.109, it says an electronic record, electronic signature is attributable to a person as if it were the act of the person. The act of the person may be shown in any manner, including a showing of the efficacy of any security procedure applied to determine the person to whom electronic record or electronic signature was attributable. The effect of electronic record or electronic signature attributed to a person under subsection A is determined from the context and surrounding circumstances at the time of its creation, execution, or adoption, including the parties' agreement, if any, and otherwise as provided by law. And lastly, section 4710.107, legal recognition of electronic records. A record or signature may not be denied legal effect or enforceability solely because it is an electronic form. A contract may not be denied legal effect or enforceability solely because an electronic record was used in its formation. If a law requires a record to be in writing, an electronic record satisfies the law. And so it's clear from the context of these certifications that Frank Yanis in the first one and Judith Rumble in the second intended that these type in signatures to be their actual signature. So I do find that the state has met its burden to show that these records are properly authenticated through a certification and affidavit of the custodian of the records. So there's that issue. Now the somewhat more complicated issue has to do with what we've been referring to as the ridgeline projectile. And so I spent more time last night going through this, and I've gone back and forth. And I think Sergeant Dalton's testimony was dispositive to the court. And so what we have in this case, we have proof that there was a shooting on the 12th at a particular location in town. We have proof that 2 days later, officers or crime scene techs, who actually aren't officers, but crime scene techs went to the same location 2 days later and observed a Ridgeline vehicle that had an obvious bullet defect with a termination of that bullet inside a door. That owner of that vehicle was instructed to call the police if that projectile was recovered. 3 weeks later, another technician from the Knoxville Police Department went back to the same house and retrieved a projectile. We do not have the person who found the projectile to say, hey, I found this in the door of this Ridgeline, nor we have the owner of the Ridgeline itself to say, my car was here on the day of the 12th, the day of the shooting, and this bullet hole wasn't there before then, and so it had to happen during this occurrence. All that would have been okay, and the projectile still be admissible if Sergeant Dalton could have connected the projectile to these weapons that were obviously used in the shooting based upon his findings of the casings. However, he was unable to do so. He can only say that that projectile is in the class of projectiles that would have been fired out of one of these weapons, but it's a broad class. There's other weapons that could have been used, and there wasn't enough specific identifiers to say this projectile was fired from the same weapon that we know was fired on the 12th. So if the state had either one of those, it would be okay. If they had Sergeant Dalton's ability to say, I know this projectile was fired from that weapon, one of the weapons, I'd let it in. Or if they had the technician to say, I recovered this projectile from the Ridgeline, Honda Ridgeline that was there, then that would have been okay too. But without those two things, there is a real question on whether or not that round that was recovered from Mr. Holloway's vehicle is actually associated to this crime. And so you've got a number of issues legally you're dealing with. You have to wrestle with relevance, you have to wrestle with chain of custody, and you also have to wrestle with authenticity. And authenticity is the item what the proponent purports it to be. And so without any further proof, I don't think the state is able to overcome those legal issues. And so when I thought about it, what sort of made up my mind is if you take the evidence at face value, what the state says it is, then there is really no proof that that bullet was really fired during this date. Certainly a lot of circumstantial evidence and some proof that it's likely to be, but even if it is, even if it was, it doesn't really add anything to the state's case because they've got the shell casings is what connects it to the guns. That projectile does not connect the guns to the shooting because it just fits in the class. And likewise, it doesn't really help the defense either. It doesn't help them in their arguments either. And so it really is the definition of irrelevance because there's no matter in controversy that this bullet is going to answer the question. So I don't think that the bullet or projectile should come into evidence. We have marked it as ID. I'm going to leave it there. I think that the proof that we have received has been relevant proof to show that the police did respond to that neighborhood 2 days later and continued to investigate. It shows that they were doing a thorough investigation. But I think Sergeant Dalton's findings on that projectile aren't really relevant because we can't really connect it strongly enough to the case to satisfy me as the gatekeeper of the evidence that it is authentic. As I said in my email last night, if there are questions of Sergeant Dalton about you didn't find any other evidence or something like that, well, the defense could easily open the door to him and say, well, no, I tested this one too, and it didn't really, all it said is class characteristics. Now, I don't think that, if it came in, I don't think it really hurts the defense that much anyway. All the judges I've been speaking to are sort of like, I don't think it can go wrong because it's not going to make a difference one way or the other. But that's going to be the court's ruling. I'm not going to redact any of the testimony that we received. I think everything that's come in so far is proper. but I don't think we'll actually admit the projectile, nor should we have Sergeant Dalton talk about it, unless his work is questioned, and then we'll revisit it at that time. So are there any questions from the state on either of those two rulings?
Your Honor, in light of your ruling having received last night, I went about to redact references to that particular projectile in Sergeant Dalton's testing of that from his final report. And I'm happy to show that redaction to Your Honor, to counsel, to make sure that everybody is okay with that.
If you could just let them see it, I don't think, if they're happy with it, I'm okay. And is there any questions about that from Mr. Davis's team?
No, Your Honor, not about that ruling, thank you.
Mr. Robinette?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll look at.
Can we do white out? I can just look at it.
This is the copy. So you can read the copy.
Okay, I can still read it. But I have a. White out. No, that's okay.
This is white out for black out. Okay, gotcha. All right, so we'll let y'all look at that. We also need to address the videos too, but I'll let
Yes,
you
Your
finish
Honor.
that.
And just for clarification, I know just because we now have a second ruling as to Mr. Dalton, the court's pretrial ruling as to the micro images is that they are not coming in with the exception of those that were previously provided. But I realized there was a contingent ruling on that as well.
As far as,
Like if we
You can
challenge
open the
the
door for it.
comparison, then it's,
yeah, like if you start questioning his conclusions and say, how did you arrive at that? Well, he's gonna have to show how he arrived at it.
sure.
Miss Judy, we're gonna need some copies.
I apologize, Your Honor, I just can still read through the Sharpie,
It's okay. Miss Judy can do that for you if you'd like.
whatever the court prefers.
Yeah, let's let her do it. She's actually really good at it. So we
Here's the.
blacked out with a magic marker, just make it white. So less noticeable, that's actually. All right, so that takes us to our last legal issue, the videos. The state sent me their PowerPoint, because I think that's the videos you're wanting to show, is that right?
So if you could, just the videos of Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan with the firearms. I wasn't trying to relitigate the gang stuff. But those were just the videos. That was the only way I was able to send it to you.
Yeah, I think I saw all those. And did the defense have additional objection on those?
And also, so it's the videos of the defendants with the guns, and then any pictures of the guns. So going back to the Ethica, the Snapchat picture from Mr. Jordan's account that shows the Ethica on his pants, and then the picture of the gun again from his phone.
So are there, and what was it that y'all wanted me to revisit?
Just that you were sufficiently able to identify the guns to weigh on the probative value of those. And then we would also ask that if they are admitted, that they be muted, because the sound and audio, I don't believe, is relevant to the issue.
Yeah, I did go back and watch them, and I think that there's relevant evidence in all of them, including I can identify the guns, and I also believe that the audio is appropriate to come in too. They don't say anything in there that I believe is unfairly prejudicial, and it's part of what they created. It's their statements in essence, and so I'm going to leave those unredacted and believe that they're all admissible.
May I interject for a second?
Uh-huh.
Are we talking about the video at the drive-through?
That was one of them.
That's what, I would object to the secret, Your Honor. I would say that we record
I mean, the audio is specifically referencing, he bought a Black and Mild and they didn't ID him, come get him, come get him. There's no statements relevant to a gun, relevant to an issue in this case. I mean, it's,
show a secret holding secret.
Have y'all seen the ratings things on Netflix, and it'll say like you used to see, nudity, language and stuff, and now they put smoking up there. I'm like, holy cow, are we gonna say smoking is 404B stuff? Yeah, I know you're not supposed to have black and milds as a teenager, but nobody cares. That's not anything that they're going to hold against these guys and think that it's inappropriate. I thought that you can see the butt of one of the guns in there. That's what I think that's coming in for. It's sticking up in that little pistol formation. That's why that's coming in. So, yeah, I don't think that's 404B. The fact that they're saying the clerk didn't card him and let him. I mean, listen, if we're down to the fact that that's going to make a difference in this case, then the jury's going to be way off base. So I don't think there's any unfair prejudice to defendants on that one. All right, anything else, folks, before we hear from Sergeant Dalton? Is we good?
With the board's permission, Your Honor, I put the table next to the jury box so that he can
Okay.
use that for demonstration purposes to pick up
Sure.
and sit down.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, he may want to just stand back a little bit from the jurors because it's kind of hard for them to see if they're too close to the jurors.
When the time comes, he's gonna pull it out and
Oh.
be like, right.
That'd be perfect. I guess we need to wait for our redacted reports. These are the affidavits.
Do you have the portable microphone?
Yes. Sergeant, you want to come on up here and take a little bit of time? You can wear both those at the same time.
Is there anything that needs to be turned on, sir?
You can wait. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, and a little green light. Do you need this for Bob?
Yes, towards the end. I think that's like we should put it back.
Ms. Jennifer brought those redacted. Are we all here? Thank you, Ms. Judy. All right, Officer Thompson, you can line our jury up. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Does the state way to call jury? Defense way to call Ms. Mathis? Ms. Robinette? Welcome back, folks. Thank you for being with us once again. We are ready to resume our trial. We're still in the state's case in chief. Our next witness is on the stand. Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir.
Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Brian Dalton. I'm a sergeant with the Knoxville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Knoxville Police Department?
I am in my 27th year.
And in what capacity are you currently employed as a sergeant with the Knoxville Police Department?
I'm a supervisor of the forensic unit, and my specialty is I'm a forensic firearm and tool mark examiner.
What does it mean to be a forensic firearm and tool mark identification examiner?
This is a multifaceted specialty. The majority of my work is microscopic examination of cartridge cases and projectiles as they relate to firearms. Also test fires of recovered firearms, comparison of those known test fires back to suspect evidence, firearms functionality, muzzle to target distance determination, shotgun pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, serial number restoration, and it covers kind of the gamut of this specialty.
Can you outline for the jury your background, experience, and training that enables you to carry that particular title? And if you would, just go a little bit slower.
Yes, sir. I've been around firearms in the ballpark of about 40 plus years. I've been reloading for firearms in over 30 years. My training, as it revolves to this particular specialty, is designed around a 2-year training program that is accepted by AFTE, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, as well as the ATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Do you regularly engage in training periodically throughout the year for this particular title?
I do. My training was completed in 2018. The conclusion of that was a final comprehensive examination. Since 2018, I've attended the AFTE conferences. Those conferences host a number of individual training, include firearms armorers courses. I'm a certified armorer for Glock platform, Smith & Wesson M&P platform, High Point, Springfield XD series pistols, Springfield 1911, just to name a few.
What does it mean to be an armorer?
An armorer, the course is designed so that you can troubleshoot issues with a firearm, that you know the components of the firearm, as well as how that firearm functions and is designed to function.
Does that involve your taking these firearms apart and putting them back together?
It does. As an armorer, you're typically taking everything down to its full individual components and then reassembly.
Have you had occasion to testify as an expert in courts such as these in the past?
I have. In this particular specialty, I've testified 35 previous times and been qualified as an expert.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to recognize Sergeant Dalton as an expert in firearms and tool mark identification.
Any objection?
No.
All right, folks, the court will recognize Sergeant Dalton as an expert in the field of forensic firearms and tool mark examinations. Again, that means he is allowed to render his opinion, but also, again, just because he renders his opinion does not mean that you are bound to accept that opinion. Just like every other witness, it's your job to judge the weight and credibility to be given to his testimony, but he may render his opinion. You may continue.
Sergeant Dalton, if you would, I noticed that you brought a black bag with you. In the past, you've been able to educate the jury in the components of a cartridge, a bullet, and gun components. With the court's permission, I'd like Sergeant Dalton to engage in that exercise here for the purposes of educating the jurors.
You may step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
So, Sergeant Dalton, while you're getting ready, the first part of your primer, if you would, I'd like you to discuss and explain with your exemplars the components of a bullet and cartridge.
In this case, we're talking about two particular calibers, one being a 45 gap. Small, typical handgun caliber, it's in 45 caliber that is 0.45 inches in diameter. We're talking about the width of the bullet, it's a tropospheric bullet. As well as a 7.62 by 39, that's typically referred to as a caliber that's seen in the AK-47 platform and its variants, as well as the S2S and numerous others, but those are some of the most common. These are a little small to see, so when we talk about components of the cartridge, use these larger demonstrative aids. Cartridge is 4 individual pieces. So we have the cartridge case itself, the primer that's inserted into the cartridge case, the projectile, as well as the powder that's inside. So those are our 4 components. When we're talking about the identification, I'm looking at where these individual pieces make contact with the firearm. So the head of the cartridge case makes contact with the bolt of the breech face. Firing pin touches the primer as well as the breech face. The extractor and the ejector also touch in that area of the cartridge case body. There can be chamber marks that are placed on the cartridge case body by its interaction with the firearm. When we're referring to the projectile is pushed through the bore by the explosion of powder and that pressure. So the bore, the rifling of the bore will make contact with that projectile and can leave individual characteristics for identification purposes. So with those 2 pieces independent, that's all we're dealing with. Cartridge case, everywhere that it touches the firearm, as well as the projectile. When I'm referring to rifling, we're talking about the inside of the bore. So those are lands and grooves that are cut into the bore in a rotating fashion, either right or left. There are numerous different types of rifling. So the widths of lands and grooves can vary, the number of lands and grooves can vary, as well as the direction of twist, left and right. Like a right-handed quarterback, as they throw a football, is going to spiral in a clockwise direction. The left-hand twist bore is going to spin that projectile in the left-hand twist, just like the left-hand quarterback. So same principle. That rifling is there to stabilize the projectile and make it more accurate. So that's kind of a cutaway of the rifling. So the rifling has got, looking at it in this fashion, it's got a lean to it. So that's as it's going through the bore to give that spin to the projectile. When we're talking about class characteristics, giving you kind of a comparison portion of it, We're looking first in general to see if the class of the projectile is consistent across the evidence side. By class, I'm talking about bullet diameter, the type of rifling that's on it. Is it conventional rifling, is it polygonal rifling, does it have the same number of lanes and grooves? Do those look very similar? And we'll move from microscopic examination for comparison purposes, looking for unique individual characteristics. Cartridge case is very much the same. Our cartridge case is the same caliber. Do they have the same shape of firing pin impression? Do they have the same shape of breech face aperture marks? Once those are consistent, then we'll move to microscopic comparison. And we're looking to either identify, eliminate, potentially have an inconclusive finding, which means I can't identify or eliminate it. It could have been fired in a particular firearm. There's just not enough unique individual characteristics to make that identification.
Now, with regards to, now that you've covered the elements of the bullets and cartridges, can you go over with the jury the parts of the weapons that would be touching or involving your examination of those bullet and cartridge cases?
In this case, we're referring to a Glock firearm, so I've got the upper assembly of a Glock disassembled pistol. The areas that we're looking at is the chamber area of the firearm as it touches the cartridge case body. Primarily, when we're talking about the cartridge case, we're referring to the breech face, the firing pin, and those areas. So the breech face is this flat area that the cartridge case is sitting against. And the rear portion of the firearm is where the striker or firing pin is. So that striker or firing pin will move forward through the breech face aperture and make contact with that prime level. That generates the ignition of the powder, creates a significant amount of pressure. Pressure expands the cartridge case into the chamber and locks it there momentarily. But at the same time, it pushes hard against the breech face. Most semi-auto pistols unlock in a fashion that the barrel drops ever so slightly as it starts the operation of expelling that fire cartridge case and picking up a new cartridge from the magazine. That vertical drop creates some shear. What I'm referring to there, think of my hand as being the breech face. Cartridge case is sitting here, so that barrel starts to drop, so we get that vertical shear as it's touching the breech face and firing. All of those can create individual characteristics that we're looking at the microscope. The other firearm that we're going to be referencing is an AR-15 platform. So to make it much simpler, this is a barrel from an AR-15. This is a bolt carrier group of an AR-15. So this is the bolt portion. Cartridge case is sitting here, like my finger would be, making contact with the bolt area. There's an extractor and ejector firing pin here. So we're looking at the same items for comparison. We're also looking at what's referred to as the barrel extension. This is a portion that's attached to the barrel that allows the bolt to lock in. And you'll see these lugs in both pieces, so those interlock, and that's what puts them together in the firing process as that pressure builds as it goes down the board. So on the cartridge case, we're looking against this contact area as well as when the cartridge is pushed from the magazine into the chamber, it makes contact with the barrel extension as well as the chamber. So we're looking for unique marks that can happen as that cartridge is loaded from the chamber, from the magazine into the chamber, through the firing process, and ultimately ejected out of the firearm.
So when we're talking about the marks being made on the cartridge, those marks are being made with metal contacting metal. Can you explain that process?
Correct. My specialty is forensic firearm tool mark identification. So if we think of anything as being a tool, a pair of bolt cutters, pliers, anything like that, they go through a machining process. Bolt cutters are a very good example because you have basically an anvil or a wedge that's machined in a factory to opposing wedges. So there's a total of 6 potential surfaces that's made in a very hard substrate. So it's used against a chain, a lock hasp, whatever you're trying to cut with. That harder substrate, as it is pressed into the chain or the lock hasp, can transfer those individual machining characteristics from the original manufacturing to that softer substrate as it's being cut. the firearm in this case, or the individual components of the firearm become our tool. They're made out of hard steel, something harder than the brass cartridge case, the nickel cartridge case, the copper jacket of the projectile. So all of those are the softer substrates. So you have those machining characteristics from the manufacturer of the extractor, the ejector, the breech face aperture, the firing pin, the barrel extension in this case. That's the harder substrate that can transfer those individual characteristics.
Is it fair to say that every Glock 45 gap pistol and the working components of every one manufactured will make the same marks on every cartridge?
They'll have the same class, but the individual characteristics are different. They're unique, very much like finger.
So you're able to then take a particular weapon and examine the particular working aspects of that weapon and compare them to the marks that are made on a spent cartridge.
Correct.
And you do that microscopically?
Correct.
And that's after you've compared classifications in what you've indicated earlier.
Correct. We're looking first, do they all have the same class? Do our suspect cartridge cases from the scene have the same class characteristics as our firearm? If the class is different, it's eliminated. If the class is the same, then we move into further detail for the example.
In this particular case, you were able to examine a number of 45 caliber gap cartridges, spent cartridges, and explain to the jury how you examined them with each other.
The first thing, these cartridge cases were brass body and also nickel body. Both the head stamp was marked as being the same caliber, they're all Spear 45 gap. So then the next thing to look for is, do they have the same class, further class? So we group them by caliber now. The next thing is we're looking for the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture as it's transferred on the primer, or the shape of any other unique things that may stand out. But primarily by class here, we're referring to an elliptical firing pin impression and a very rectangular face aperture, and all of those show on the primer set. In that firing process, all that pressure builds up. The primer kind of act like a balloon. So firing pins come forward and create an indentation into the primer, but under that pressure, that primer is actually being pushed back into the breech face. Kind of a silly comparison, but if you think about an old Play-Doh Fun Factory, you've got particular shapes that you put on that Fun Factory, and you put Play-Doh in it, you put pressure on it, and that shape comes out. This is kind of working the opposite direction, pushing that primer into the shape of that breech face aperture, so it's creating that rectangular mark because the breech face aperture is rectangular.
So in this particular case, you had an opportunity to examine all of the spent cartridge casings with each other.
Correct.
And your findings in relationship to having compared them to each other rendered what finding?
All of these bear the same class. Moving to microscopic analysis, they all share the unique characteristics to identify all cartridge cases that were 45 gap as being fired out of the same unknown fire.
You also examined other spent cartridge casings that were not 45 gap, correct?
Yes.
And what were the results of those findings?
There were a number of 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases. There were Winchester brass cartridge cases as well as Wolf steel cartridge cases. We go through the same process. They're all the same caliber. Do they all bear the same class or same shape characteristics that we're looking at on the marks? Moving to the microscopic analysis, looking at the head stamp area, the primer area, and the cartridge case body, looking for unique individual characteristics sufficient enough for an identification, elimination, or the findings. In this case, all of the 7.62s on the scene were identified in the same manner.
Now you mentioned that there are other manufacturers of those particular types of cartridges. Does the manufacturer's name difference have any impact on your ability to compare them one with the other?
It does not. The manufacturers are basing their manufacturing, their design of the bullet and the cartridge cases based on SAMI specs. So that's a firearm industry standard for that particular caliber. The substrate of what they're making something out of, that can have a variation on how the marks look. So the nickel primer is slightly harder than brass primer. The nickel cartridge case is harder than the brass cartridge case. Same thing with the steel cartridge case is harder than both the previous two. So it can impact how the individual characteristics look or the volume of engineering characteristics. We're talking about that harder eye.
So using your Play-Doh example, the different colors Play-Doh really doesn't matter. It's the material that's being pushed against.
Correct.
Now, with regards to, we've covered the casings and the bullets. How did you go about examining the bullet and bullet fragments that you were able to recover?
Okay. Moving to bullets, we treat those the same as cartridge cases. First, we're looking, they appear to be the same general shape and manufacturing. They bear the same class characteristics, bullet diameter, rifle and type. Is it conventional? Is it polygonal? What's the number of lands and grooves? What's the width of the lands and grooves? Are all those consistent? So then we move into smaller groups. Once we get those into smaller groups, then move to microscopic comparison for identification purposes to see if we can identify this group of projectiles that being fired at the same time.
With regards to the 7.62, there was another AR weapon that was calibered in 5.56. Can you explain the difference to the jury in relationship to that?
Probably much simpler as a visual example. On your right is a 7.62 cartridge. On your left is 223 or 5.56 cartridge. When we're talking about those numbers, 5.56 or 223 is referring to the bullet diameter, so we're talking about the projectile alone. So it's just shy of a quarter of an inch in diameter. The 7.62 is the metric version of that, and it's basically a 30 caliber. The projectile in those measure .311 in diameter. They're basically the same length. They fall into will fit in the magazine capacity generally designed for a overall cartridge length of 2.6 inches.
With regards to the placing those particular bullets in a magazine, can you explain to the jury how one might be able to fit into the other and vice versa or not?
So a little difference in, if we're looking at the cartridge case body of these. The 7.62 on your right has got more of a taper. It's fatter at the head stamp area of the cartridge, and it's got a narrowing effect as we get into the bottleneck portion. So that taper has an impact on how this feeds. The magazine designed for a 7.62 cartridge typically has a much more of a sweep to it, or more of a curve. The 5.56 can feed in a much straighter magazine. A 20 gram capacity magazine for the air platform in 5.56 is relatively straight. You get into a 30 or a 40 cartridge capacity magazine, it's got a slight bend to it, but all that's based on the taper of the cartridge case. Both of these, because their length is very similar, will fit inside a magazine designed for the other. Because of the curve of that magazine, that may inhibit how they function through the magazine. May not function at all, may bind up, may function partially. That will just have an impact based on the magazine design. They're specifically designed based on the cartridge case taper.
Now, the size of the bullet contained in each of the cartridges that you covered, the 45, 5.56, and the 7.62. Can you explain to the jury the difference in the manner and size of those particular bullet components?
So again, talking about just general diameter, this is .223, .224, depending on what reference material that you're looking at as far as the diameter of the projectile. This will easily fit through the bore of the 30 caliber, .311. Both of these would easily fit through the bore of the 45 caliber, which is typically .452. The larger will fit through the bore of the smaller. You'll have an issue there. But we're talking about projectiles only. Then you need to start looking at the chamber. Will these actually fit in the chamber of a particular firearm? Will the gun close around that cartridge and potentially fire? The diameter at the neck area of the 7.62 is about 10 to 15 thousandths of an inch smaller than the top of the cartridge case volume of 223, just below the cartridge case neck. The only reason I'm referencing that is if you try to chamber this in a 7.62 chamber, this will stop slightly short. won't allow the bolt completely closed unless you create so much pressure that you damage the cartridge case body itself, pushing it forward. This being a larger diameter than 7.62, and overall cartridge case size will not fit into the chamber that you should.
With regards to those two particular items, the 762 and the 556, those two items were recovered and you examined them?
Yes.
All right. So maybe if you can put your exemplars in your black bag, I'd like to hand you those two items and have you explain the difference in those two weapons. This is Exhibit 339. And so the jury's aware, before you came out, the judge had already cleared the receipt. And this is Exhibit 352. And if you could, explain the difference in those particular two weapons.
We'll start with this one. The upper receiver on this particular firearm, and to simplify that, we'll refer to this as the barrel portion, and so that's the bronze piece that you're seeing. The bottom section is referred to as the lower receiver. With all of the components in it, it's a completed lower receiver. This has what's referred to as a pistol brace on it, so with the appropriate strap, this is easier to be able to fix the arm to fire it single-handedly. This particular firearm is chambered in 7.62 by 39. Got reverse colors here. The bottom bronze portion of this one is a completed 80% lower receiver, so it was originally sold as a non-firearm, which had to be machined in a fashion to be able to complete it and add the appropriate parts to make it fireable. The receiver extension or buffer tube on this is a sixth position that is typically utilized with a collapsible stock. With the stock removed, the ATF considers this in a pistol configuration because it does not have a butt stock on it. This firearm was chambered in 5.56.
And is it possible to reverse the bottom portions of each and put them in the other weapon's upper portion?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how that works?
That would be simpler if I showed that.
Very good.
To take these firearms apart, the bolt carrier needs to be forward, so as it cycles or the bolt carrier is locked to the rear, it's actually in this receiver extension portion. The spring is compressed, so to allow this assembly, you need to move that bolt carrier back to where it's sitting in the upper receiver toward the barrel. Moving these pins out, these will separate. So we have those independent components. So completed upper receiver or barrel portion. Completed lower receiver, or we'll just call that the rear portion.
And before we get further into disassembling the other, which part of those two weapons is the part that actually makes the marks on the cartridges and the bullets?
Previously, I was showing you the barrel and bolt receiver. Excuse me, bolt carrier. This is the bolt carrier. It slides internally to the upper receiver, makes contact with the barrel. The barrel is actually underneath the handguard, so the locking area is approximately here where my fingers are at. So as that cartridge case is picked up off of the magazine, it is pushed by the face of the bolt, and it makes contact with the receiver extension, barrel extension, excuse me, and pushes that, guides it into the chamber area. So our cartridge makes contact with the bolt face, the barrel extension, and ultimately the barrel.
And all the markings takes place in that section of the weapon, not the bottom section.
Correct.
You go ahead and disassemble the other one.
Those are our disassembled components. It's just two pins that hold this together. Moving to the other lower receiver, we line up those two pins, hold in place, two pins, and everything's cycling and functioning as it is. The only difference between these two calibers, all the components are interchangeable between the two, with the exception of the barrel. The bolt face itself, the 223 is a smaller diameter, the 762 is a larger diameter, so the bolt face has to be the appropriate size for the cartridge case, and then the magazine. The magazine's designed to feed specifically that 762 with a much more significant curve in the magazine.
And you have, through your investigations, seen pictures of these two weapons in both configurations.
Yes, and what we mean by that, I've seen this firearm bronze barrel portion with bronze grip portion. I've seen bronze barrel portion with the black grip portion.
And we'll go through those pictures in a little while. But I wanted you to be able to demonstrate to the jury how those two parts are interchangeable. You can put them back together. I want to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 341 and have you begin to explain what that particular firearm is and what you did to examine it.
This is a Glock Model 37 chamber in 45 gap. 45 gap is Glock auto pistol, that's what gap stands for. That was a cartridge designed by Glock, and I believe it was in combination with either CCI or Spear for the original design of the cartridge. It is a short one, 45 ACP. The purpose of that was to create a platform that had a smaller grip, very similar in size to 9mm and 40 Smith & Wesson, to make a firearm that was just easier for people with smaller hands to handle. That's just a little shorter cartridge. As far as the examination work, this is very much the same through all of the platforms. First off, we're looking to see if it is operable, safe. Does it have any significant modifications that would make it unsafe to fire? We will conduct known test fires. And so I'm using ammunition that I know where it came from, that is test fired through the firearm. The projectiles are recovered as well as the cartridge cases. Those cartridge cases are used for two different purposes. They'll go into an ATF database, which is referred to as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. And the purpose of that is very much like AFIS is for fingerprints. We're looking to see if this firearm was used in some other event that we do not know about. Those cartridge cases and projectiles are also used for microscopic comparison. If we need to validate something that may be initiating a NIBIN, or to compare against the case that the investigation is looking to.
So in this particular circumstance, you examined the spent .45 caliber gap cartridges with a test-fired cartridge that you fired out of this weapon.
Correct.
And did you do the same for the other ARs?
With all three platforms, yes, that was complete.
And we're going to get to your findings in a minute. Can you explain on the Glock 45 gap the components that would make up the identifiable marks on the cartridge?
Very much like the disassembled slide and barrel that I had previously. By breech face, we're referring to this area inside here. It's just in front of the barrel, as this is in an open configuration. So we have breech face, the firing pin, the extractor, and the ejector, and the contact with the cartridge case with the chamber area, ultimately the projectile with the bullet.
Very good. You can put that back in the box. I think now, if it's okay with the court, we can have Sergeant Dalton return back to the witness stand.
Very well.
Your Honor, can we approach for 1 second?
Sure.
I have 3 separate reports which I'd like to enter into evidence. I'm wondering what our next exhibit number is.
387.
.387, 388, and 389. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Dalton, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 387, 388, and 389. I'd ask that you look them over after you're done. Let me know whether or not you recognize what those are.
I do. These are reports that I prepared in regard to 2 different case numbers, as well as the cross comparison between those 2 cases and the recovered evidence and firearms. All of them bear my initials and my signature.
Do those 3 reports fairly and accurately represent the results of your testing of all of the items which we've been discussing?
They do.
Your Honor, we've moved into evidence exhibits 387, 388, and 389.
Any objection?
None.
Very well.
I'd like to go into some detail as to each of those particular reports, and starting with 387, which I believe is dated April 6, 2021. Can you outline for the jury what you did in order to render this particular report?
With all 3 of those reports, can you tell me which case number we're referring to on that?
Yes, it's KPD case number 21005353.
Okay. I received multiple firearms from this particular case number. These firearms, to my understanding, were subsequent to a search warrant and recovered. So these are the 3 firearms that we're talking about previously. So all of these came into my custody, so I completed verification of their functionality, completed test fires, and utilized those test fires for cross comparison and to input them into NIBIN.
So with regards to the April 6th report, you were examining the 3 different firearms and the cartridges and magazines that came from those particular items.
Correct.
And for the ease of the jury, you were looking to examine each of those particular items for whether or not they fired and what those particular items consisted of.
Correct.
So when you examined them, these particular reports resulted in what particular findings on April 6th?
So this is a documentation of their functionality, of my test fire, as well as a documentation of the magazines that were received with them and the ammunition that was received.
So the next report that you rendered was April 16th, 2021, and that is KPD report number 21-004897.
Correct.
Now, on that particular report, what was the reason or basis for you to examine these particular items?
These were items that were recovered from the initial crime scene, the initial shooting scene. These were a number of cartridge cases in different calibers, as well as projectiles. So the purpose of this examination is, as we have discussed, we're looking to see if we can narrow down a unknown firearm or connect to a known firearm that these cartridge cases and or projectiles could have been fired from.
And what were the conclusions that you reached in relationship to examining the cartridge casings and bullets that were found at the crime scenes in relationship to the weapons which were the subject of the search warrant?
First off, we'll deal with the crime scene. There were a number of 45 gap cartridge cases. All of those were ultimately identified to the recovered 45 gap Model 37 pistol that we have demonstrated. The 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases were all identified as having been fired in the upper receiver or barrel portion of that 7.62 AR-15 platform. There were a number of projectiles and or fragments. There was a copper fragment that displayed polygonal rifling. Polygonal rifling is consistent with being used in Glock firearms, but it was a very small fragment. I was unable to determine caliber or anything past that, but just saying that the general rifling is a type of rifling that's used by Glock. There was a lead fragment that was recovered. The lead is the interior portion of most projectiles, so that doesn't make any contact with the bore or any other part of the firearm, so there's no identification made from that lead fragment. There were 3 30 caliber projectiles. The 30 caliber is consistent with the projectile in the 7.62 by 39 cartridge. All of those displayed 4 right rifling, so they were all consistent in rifling patterns. 2 of the 3 bared significant damage, so I could not identify all 3 of those as being fired out of the same firearm. However, one of them was identified as being fired through the bore of this recovered 7.62 by 39 platform.
Explain to the jury why bullets and bullet fragments are more difficult to be able to pinpoint as having been fired from a particular weapon.
Numerous factors can come into play. If we compare those to cartridge cases usually have the direct contact with the firearm. If everything's functioning correctly as designed, they fire, they're expended out of the firearm, they hit the ground, they may bounce, they may roll, they could be stepped on, there could be other damage that occurs after that. But typically it's not significant. If we're referring to projectiles, the projectiles are accelerated through the bore at extremely high pressure, high velocity, then they make contact most often with some substrate that can be hard or soft tissue, can be metal, construction components, just depends on what they're fired through. So they're hitting some other hard substrate at a high velocity. So that can cause damage to the projectiles, it can cause them to come apart. All of that can impact the individual characteristics that we're looking for.
Having a bullet strike the back of a motor vehicle, going through that motor vehicle, its seat and a particular victim, and having ultimately be lodged into the front section of that vehicle Would that be an example of having the bullet being so deformed that you couldn't make any identification?
Yes, all of those are contact points that can create damage to the projectile or take away from those individual characteristics that we're looking at.
After that report, there was a third report dated April 28th, 2021, in which there was an additional comparison of the .45 caliber gap spent cartridges found from the recovered vehicle, and it was taken from the Fifth Avenue impound. Did you examine those two additional cartridge cases and the bullet found in the blue Honda?
I would. That recovery location was actually at our Fifth Avenue forensic bay. Those two cartridge cases were .45 gap in caliber, and they were ultimately identified as being fired out of this recovered .45 gap pistol.
So those two, together with the other 9 that were recovered at the crime scene, you rendered an opinion as to whether or not they were all fired out of the same weapon.
That is correct. They all were.
And that weapon was the .45 caliber gap Glock pistol that was recovered from the defendant's residence.
That is correct.
And just remind us, in terms of the capacity of the magazine of the .45 gap Glock pistol, what is the magazine capacity and the capacity total overall of that weapon?
Okay, bear with me, look back at my notes because we've dealt with a number of firearms in this case. The marked magazine capacity and the verified capacity on that Glock is 10 cartridges.
And with that capacity of 10 in the magazine, is that particular weapon actually able to be fed up with 1 in the barrel plus 10 in the magazine?
It is. We refer to that as 10 plus 1. So what we're saying is the magazine is fully loaded and there is a cartridge chambered in the firearm.
So we have 11 spent cartridge casings, all 11 being matched to the Glock .45 gap pistol that was found at the residence of the defendants.
That is correct.
And the .762 cartridges, the results in your evaluation of those, are those cartridge casings able to be matched with the .762 firearm that was also found at the defendant's residence?
Yes, they were. They're identified as being fired through that particular AR-15 barrel upper receiver.
Okay. Next, I'd like to cover with you your having viewed photographs and videos of these particular weapons before and after the event that we are discussing. And I believe that what we've done is presented them in a PowerPoint, but prior to this, you've had an opportunity to look at these videos and still photographs, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of examining those photographs and videos, you have reached some conclusions as to the firearms contained in those videos and photographs are related to those firearms which we have presented in evidence in this case.
They are. In one of the particular images, there's enough unique characteristics that I believe that's the same lower receiver that we have in evidence. And the characteristics are relatively unique, so that we can say that throughout the majority of these images and videos that they are very consistent with what we're observing in the videos and the images.
And in regards to the .45 caliber Glock gap handgun, there is something at the front end of the barrel that is of some significance. Isn't that true?
There is. There's a red laser that's an aftermarket attachment. This is probably a good time to also point out the sights on this particular Glock are not original Glock sights. The Glock sights are typically a little more squared. This has got a little more of a ramp to it, so that's something else that looks a little more unique with this particular firearm. This laser sight that is attached is black on the left-hand side, and then it has, I believe it's a kind of a yellowish sticker or some other identifier on the right side of that particular laser.
And in your reviewing these videos and still photographs, were you able to identify that particular unique item on that .45 caliber Glock gap pistol as being that pistol which is recovered from the defendant's residence and has been placed into evidence today?
Yes, what I'm seeing on the images and the videos, everything is consistent between the recovered firearm and those images and videos.
And one other thing that I wanted to point out that I don't think we covered, with regards to the 762 Exhibit 339, what, if anything, do you have to comment with regards to this particular sticker that's located on the upper receiver of this particular weapon?
It's, I won't say it's completely abnormal, but the sticker is not something that we would see or any other type of sticker in a regular routine casework. This sticker stands out, and we use that in relation to the pictures and videos based on the relationship of the location of that sticker into the upper receiver, and it also overhangs what we refer to as the bolt catch. So that bolt catch paddle kind of gives us an orientation or location of that sticker within this particular firearm.
In your examination of the videos and photographs, you draw reference to that particular geographic location of the item that you're referring to
I do.
in relationship to the sticker that's applied.
I do.
And is that yet another way in which you can tie those photographs and the videos to this particular weapon?
Yes, it shows more consistency.
Have you reviewed them? Okay. We have developed a hard copy of the PowerPoint slides for Sergeant Dalton to review, and we're up to 390. May I approach? I'll show you it's been marked as Exhibit 390. Could you just review those and let us know what that compilation of slides represents?
These all appear to be still shots or still shots from the videos that I have previously reviewed.
Your Honor, we'd offer Exhibit 390.
Objection.
Yes, may we approach?
Yes.
May we publish? Looking at this first slide of the exhibit, are you able to identify the weapon that is depicted in that particular picture?
Yes, this is consistent with the bronze lower receiver or pistol portion and the bronze 7.62 upper receiver or barrel portion that we have referred to earlier.
The next one?
Before you do that, can you, just for the record, tell us how that file, what's the file identification on that? Sorry. Like, how are you identifying this? What's the file name on that?
Yeah. This particular slide has been marked for ID only. That is file name CM-media-video-ZXIMK lowercase n, lowercase l, capital P, lowercase d, capital O, E, P, numeral 6, lowercase z, b, 3, capital N, 0, small case t, I, capital G, dot, M-O-B.
In the future, I'll only have you do the last 4 digits. All right, you may move on.
In the next particular slide, in this particular slide, the last 4 numerals are 0195.MP4. Are you able to identify the weapon that's shown in that video?
Yes, that's consistent with the same firearm from the previous video, as well as the bronze barrel portion and bronze pistol portion that we've looked at earlier.
And the next? Are you able to identify that weapon that's contained in that video?
Yes, but at this time, the barrel area and the pistol portion have been, or pistol grip portion, have been flipped as we did here. So you've got the bronze 7.62 on top of the black Tennessee Arms pistol grip.
And for the record, that is 0205.MP4.
0250.
It would be
025.
also worth noting, this image shows that significant curvature of the magazine that we've talked about before. I think this is the first image that shows that in good detail for you to understand what we're referring to.
And the next video.
Because he got on the line, and these people they mind. Niggas better ride with you, better jump up and lie with you.
There are 2 particular weapons that are noteworthy. Are you able to identify them in this video?
Yes, the front seat, we're referring to that bronze 7.62. In the, what I think is the driver, the videos I believe are flipped, is a black handgun with a red laser. And when we get that muzzle view of it, that shape of the muzzle is very squared off and rectangular, which is consistent with the manufacture and shape of a Glock.
And the red laser.
And the red laser.
And that is item 0654.mp4. And the next video.
He just bought a black and he didn't ID him. He didn't ID him. Come to Chevron and get his.
Were you able to identify a weapon in that particular video?
I went through this video and tried to grab it as much as I could frame by frame. What we see pronounced in the video is that collapsible buffer assembly that is consistent with what's on the bronze pistol grip portion that we see. So it looks like it's stuffed down in between the center console and the seat, but we see that buffer tube assembly that is consistent with the recovered evidence item and that bronze lower receiver or pistol grip area.
And that particular video is entitled Artifact Information. And the next slide, I think, are photos. Are you able to identify what's located in that particular photograph?
Okay, this dividing line is the separation between the upper and lower receiver. This is the sticker that we were discussing earlier. This is our bolt catch that is affixed to the lower receiver. There's actually a pin that goes through this pronounced area. What stands out here is the location of this E in relation to that bolt catch. There is a light area in the finish on the lower receiver. There's a dark area here. There's a lighter area here. And it's very difficult to see, but there is a linear mark just above the magazine catch, and that is all of those individual locations are notated in the lower receiver that we recovered, the pistol grip bronze lower, as well as the sticker area on that 7.62 upper. All are consistent with the recovered firearms.
And this is under user item, last four digits, C as in Charlie, 172.
I think it's the entry ID, so that'd be 473A.
The entry ID, the last four digits are 473A as in alpha. And the next item?
There again is our dividing line between the barrel portion and the pistol grip portion. So note the relationship of that sticker. Even though we're dealing with a different pistol grip portion or different lower receiver, that sticker is still in the same relationship with that bolt catch. And this says Tennessee, so this is consistent with the lower pistol grip portion that we have. It's just what we recovered is a Tennessee Arms lower receiver.
And the entry ID on that is B as in Bravo, 1BB. And the next item. What is significant in that particular picture?
You can see the significant curvature of the magazine. You can see the bronze kind of an outline around the magazine. That's the magazine well. So we're dealing with the consistent coloration of the bronze pistol grip area that we have. The very short forend and the way the forend is cut, the perforations in the forend, as well as the muzzle device, all of those are consistent with our recovered firearms.
May I approach with Exhibit 381B, which has already been entered into evidence?
Yes.
Oh, this is for ID. What does 381B represent?
This is a still image of the image that we're seeing on the screen.
And the next item. What are significant in relationship to the weapons that are displayed in this particular photograph?
Very difficult to tell, but the shape of the muzzle direction view of the forend, or also referred to as the handguard on the 7.62 upper, the shape of the muzzle device is consistent here. And what I see is the rectangular shape of the slide and the very squared off nose of the slide area of this black handgun is consistent with a Glock.
Are you able to identify the laser underneath the barrel?
At that angle, I can't tell you that it's a laser, but there's something that appears to be attached underneath.
I have Exhibit 381. May I approach the witness with Exhibit 381A marked for identification?
Yes.
381A,
It's a representation of what we're seeing on the screen.
and it's easier to look at that than it is the screen?
It is clearer, yes.
And the next item. What is significant in relationship to what is depicted in that photograph concerning the weapons?
Several more things stand out in this photograph. The significant curvature of the magazine. Looks like we're seeing the hand is covering up the mag well, so we're not able to pick out the coloration of that pistol grip portion. But the upper is that bronze, very short with the muzzle device, all consistent with the 7.62 that we have shown earlier. The handgun is consistent in shape with the recovered Glock firearm, and what really stands out is that yellow identification. I believe it's a sticker that's on the side of the laser.
And I have Exhibit 381 marked for ID only. May I approach?
You may.
381 for ID.
A representation of what we're looking at on the screen.
And the next photograph. What, if anything, in that photograph is remarkable in relationship to weapons that we've been talking
Okay.
about?
Right here, I can't tell if this is shoved in a pocket or in the waistband. It looks more like it's in the waistband. The grip angle, the color, and just the general shape of the back end of the slide area is consistent with what I would expect in a Glock firearm.
Very well.
Sorry. That is file number 0204.HEIC. And the last item, what is significant in relationship to what is depicted concerning the weapons that we've been discussing?
Okay, very pronounced is a red laser that's on, but what shows up very well is the unique shape, the very square angles that we observe on a Glock, as well as when you look at the front of the Glock, you've got the square top, the square sides, but there is a semicircle underneath. That's where the guide rod locks into place, and that stands out very pronounced here. So it is consistent with the Glock firearm.
And that is file 0216.HEIC. May I approach the witness with the net?
Yes.
marked as Exhibit 309. I'd like you to, if you could, narrate what is depicted in that particular map.
Well, this is an overview of what I've been told was the crime scene. I did not respond to this particular crime scene, but of note, of things that I have examined, is the firearm here at the top. This is the bronze barrel portion with the black pistol grip portion with the significant curvature. This
Let me
is
stop you there. I think because we have jurors way in the back, with your Honor's permission, could we stand in the
Actually,
middle?
I'm gonna object, this is for identification only at this point, it's being published to the jury as property about it.
Yeah, it's not moved into evidence, but he can still comment on it if it, I assume what you're trying to do is get him to identify these particular casings as the ones he, if he can do that, if he knows from this, then he can, but I don't think they're trying to move in the item, the map. Sit down. Are you familiar with what those casings are, Sergeant Dalton?
not the locations. My exhibit numbers are going to be different than what the evidence marker numbers utilized here are. So without that cross-reference, I don't have, we do have the legend on the bottom. So what I can give you is the .45 caliber here notated in green, 45 gap are notated here also in green. The purple circles are the 7.62 by 39, and those are in this area.
And the others that you also examined?
I did. There were 9mm cartridge cases. Those are denoted by the kind of the reddish color, pink. They are linearly down the street, mostly along one side, one's on the opposite side. There was a single 380 cartridge case. Based on my examination, it had significant damage to it, so it looks like it had been exposed to the elements for quite some time and had either been stepped on, run over, some other type of significant damage to that cartridge case.
In relationship to the 9mm cartridges that you examined, were you able to reach a conclusion as to whether or not those, along with the 380, had anything to do with this particular event?
The 9mm were all identified as being fired out of the same unknown firearm. The 380, there's nothing else to compare that to, so it's just an individual component by itself.
Yes, I think so.
firearms that we've been discussing. The 7.62 on the black pistol grip portion is referenced at the top, significant curvature of the magazine, and the Glock 37 and 45 gap will reference that.
Just to be clear, Sergeant Dalton, you're not the one that found those shell casings in those locations. You're just the one that tested them and matched them to those weapons, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Sergeant Dalton. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination, who'd like to go first? All right, Ms. Robinette, you can go.
Dalton, how are you doing?
Good,
Sergeant
sir.
Dalton, I'm sorry. I apologize. How are you doing today?
I'm very good.
My name is Hoy Robinette. We met before. And the casing that you just referenced, the 7.62 and the 45 gaps, you were not there to collect the casings, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long that casings had been there, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. It could have been there 2 days or 1 day before. Am I right?
Correct.
Or 3 weeks?
I can't say that. I mean, we could look at all sorts of dynamics. If it had rained the night before, if it had snowed, maybe some of that debris would be inside the cartridge cases. So based on specific details of that crime scene, maybe you could isolate a narrower window.
Okay. But in this case, there was no analysis was done. to
I was
determine.
not on this scene.
Okay. And you did reference in your report KPD 21-004897, you were provided with a bullet from the blue Honda Accord, is that correct?
I believe there were multiple items from the blue Honda Accord.
But the one particular full bullet, is that?
Yes, there was one that was more intact than the other two.
And you tested that bullet, and you stated on your finding that the bullet could have been fired from several firearms, is that correct?
We're looking at two different portions of this analysis. So when I'm dealing with a single or a group of unknown projectiles, we're going to group those based on class, as we've discussed before, class characteristics of the rifling and the caliber. If we don't have a firearm, there is an FBI database that I can put the specific GRC, or general rifling characteristics, into. So that consists of the caliber, the number of lands and grooves, the rotation or the right hand or left hand twist, as well as measurements taken off of the width of the lands and grooves. So if we have a projectile only, I can plug that information into the database, and it can give me a list of potential candidates, not completely inclusive. The database, because there's so many firearms out there and variations where barrels can be changed between things, as we have shown here. So it gives you a direction in the investigation of firearms you may be looking for.
So my question is that in your report you state that this particular bullet may have been fired from some of these listed firearms, but it's not in an exhaustive list. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that changes when we compare to a specific firearm.
Okay. And you listed the China Type 56 SKS as one of them? Is
I
that
did.
right? You listed the Russia SKS, is that right?
I did.
You listed the Polytech AKS 7.62?
I did.
You listed the Russia AK-47?
I did.
You listed the Romania FPK?
I did.
You listed the Roarm SAR-1?
I did.
Now, this is not an all-inclusive list, correct?
That's correct.
And none of these firearms were collected in this case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you also testified that the pictures that you saw of Mr. Jordan holding a certain firearms, you testified that it was consistent with the firearms that was introduced today.
Correct. All of those images, I would say, are consistent with what we've recovered, with the exception of the single image that had the light and dark areas specifically in the finish, as well as the linear striation above the magazine. Those are very, very unique, and also the location of the sticker is very unique in the barrel portion.
When you say consistent, you're not 100% sure that it is, am I right?
I'm not making an identification, correct.
And you did discuss a little bit about the material of the casing. For the 45, in your report, you indicate there was a brass body and a nickel body. Is that correct?
That is correct. Both were manufactured, or the head stamp is Spear 45 gap. So I know Spear to make ammunition both with nickel and brass cartridge case bodies.
So between the, I'm sorry, did you finish? I apologize. Between the brass and the nickel, is the nickel more sturdy than the brass?
Well, we've got to look at two things here. We're not just focusing on the cartridge case body alone for an identification. We're also focusing on the primer. If I believe both of these had nickel primers, I'd have to reference my notes.
Oh, well, the question I'm asking is nickel is stronger than brass?
The nickel is actually an overlay, typically over a brass cartridge case. I would have to cut into these cartridge cases to tell you the underlying substrate. So nickel is a finish, and typically it is slightly harder.
Okay. Well, how about this? Will you agree with me that the materials that the bullet or the casing makes might affect some of the characteristic that you were talking about?
No.
No? So if one material is weaker than the other, would the weaker material have a more impact when it's fired from the same firearm?
First off, we're sorting again by class. Then we're looking for sufficient individual characteristics. Just because one's harder or softer doesn't mean that it may not bear the same individual characteristics. That would be on a case-by-case basis. It would be based on the firearm. There's a lot of things that could come into play there, but in this case, they all bear the same areas of unique individual characteristics sufficient for an identification.
And Your Honor, may I retrieve the 45? Yeah. Sergeant Dawn, this is the firearm that was collected from the resident. Now, this right here is considered an attachment, correct?
It is an accessory, yes, that's on the Picatinny rail.
Okay, and this is what is called laser?
That one is a laser. There's flashlights, there are laser light combinations. This case, it's a laser.
And this attachment laser can be removed from this firearm, correct?
Depending on how it's attached, how tightly it's attached, whether a tool may be required. So yes, it can be removed, maybe by hand, maybe you need a tool.
But the question is, it can be removed
Yes.
with a tool or by hand, correct?
Yes.
And this attachment, can it fit in other Glock member family?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon now, Mr. Dalton, Sergeant Dalton. Ashley Mathis, I represent Deondre Davis. So going back sort of to the beginning when we were talking about sort of the first examination you did on April 6th in this case was just an examination of the operational firearms and just sort of what they were, correct?
Correct. Well, the operation, test fire, subsequent acquisition and denial.
And you were given a model Glock 37, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that was a fairly popular firearm, correct?
No.
So would you agree with me that in 2003, about 2003 is when the Glock 37 was released?
If you say so, I don't know release date.
Okay. Are you an expert in Glock firearms specifically? I know you said you were an armorer.
I'm an armorer for all of Glock, with the exception of the Model 18, which is their select fire handgun.
Okay. So are you aware that it was originally designed to compete with the 1911?
Not with the 1911. It was designed to compete with the 45 ACP cartridge. .45 ACP cartridge is approximately 2/10 of an inch longer. The purpose for the Glock idea behind this was to make a firearm compatible with the muzzle velocity, muzzle energy in the .45 ACP in a slightly smaller platform, so they could produce a smaller handgun, smaller grip. So basically the same grip diameter, grip dimensions of a 9mm and 40 Smith & Wesson.
And you would agree that Glocks are extremely popular firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also given some ammunition to inspect that was Spear brand,
Correct.
and that's a fairly common brand of ammunition, correct?
Spear is a large manufacturer.
And you were also given some Winchester magazines to inspect, or cartridges to inspect, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that's fairly common as well, correct?
Yes,
You can buy it at Walmart.
I would assume so.
Okay. And you would also agree that Wolf manufactured cartridges are very common.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a very popular style of firearm and very common ammunition, correct?
No.
You would not agree that a Glock 37 is a popular firearm?
No.
Okay. So when
Would you like me to
examine,
elaborate?
excuse me?
Would you like me to elaborate?
You may, if you wish.
The .45 gap, as it was introduced, and I'm going to go off of your early 2000 date, that was prior to approximately 2008, there started to become a little bit of an ammunition shortage. .45 gap was not such a popular cartridge. It was just taking off based on the timeline. So ammunition manufacturers directed toward calibers that were much more marketable. So the .45 gap may have done well, but ultimately I believe that it was not as popular because the ammunition manufacturers started to cut back production in that particular caliber. If I compare the .45 gap to other items that come through my unit based on evidentiary submissions, I cannot think of any other .45 gap that has come through. I'm not saying there hasn't been one, but in the past 5 years, I don't recall another .45 gap that's come through. So it is much less common than the 9mm, the .380, the .45 auto, the 40 Smith & Wesson, some of the rifle calibers that we see. So yes, the ammunition manufacturer is a common name. .45 is a common caliber that we see, .45 auto, but .45 gap I see much less, so it is not as common.
But you're not personally aware of how many Glock 37s have been manufactured?
I couldn't tell you how many Glocks have been made throughout the world.
Okay. So let's address one of your reports. So in the April 6th report, we're just looking at the firearms, what they are, and what was contained within those firearms, correct?
Correct.
And then on April 16th, you completed another report, and that is the examination of both cartridge casings that have been recovered in this case, correct?
Correct.
And also bullet fragments that have been recovered in this case.
Correct. There were some complete bullets and fragments.
And you would agree that the casings are actually collected from different locations in this case?
Based on the diagram that we previously introduced, they were recovered from the street as well as a vehicle at our 5th Avenue Forensic Bay.
And are you aware that those were collected on different dates?
I believe they were, but again, I had no personal work in the collection of those.
So you're not aware really of how they were collected?
Correct.
But you would agree that when you're analyzing a shell casing, there's nothing specific about that casing itself that would indicate to you when it had been fired?
Yes and no.
Outside of, let me rephrase, outside of obvious damage such as the .380 in this case, you could tell that that was extremely old, correct?
Well, obvious damage is one thing, and exposure to the elements over a time period can be another thing. So things will begin to tarnish, just like your silver may in your kitchen.
Okay, so you would agree with me that if you had a casing that had been fired 1 day ago and a casing that had been fired 1 month ago, but they neither had been exposed to weather, you wouldn't be able to tell which one is necessarily older?
Correct.
Okay, so there's nothing in this case that would have indicated any obvious difference in date between the casings that you examined?
With the exception of that .380.
With the exception of the one that we assume are not related to these firearms, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and let's see. In that report, when you were just examining the casings, you indicated that they were consistent. The .45 gap casings were actually consistent with a number of models of weapons at that stage of your investigation.
Correct.
And that included a Glock 21 model, correct?
No. No.
No? Okay.
You're referring to the GRC based on the bullet alone. What you just asked about was the cartridge cases. Those are two different items, and that list of potential candidates is based on two different things. If we're,
Okay.
if,
Okay, I understand. So you're referring to a separate exhibit there. So you would agree that anytime that you are analyzing something here with polygonal rifling, which you indicated on, I believe, Exhibit 25, that is going to be consistent with a group of firearms, correct?
a group of firearms based on polygonal rifling, direction of the rifling, and the ultimate caliber of the firearm.
Because polygonal rifling is completely different than the other rifling you were describing.
It is.
And it is a more narrow class, but it also includes like all Gen 1 through 4 of Glock firearms, correct?
There are polygonal rifling in all generations of Glock firearms. The Gen 5s have a slightly different variation. And I don't think the Glock 37 was made in a Gen 5. I'm not even sure that it was made in a Gen 4. I'd have to go back through some reference material.
Okay, but the recovered projectile that we're talking about here just indicated polygonal rifling, right?
It's polygonal rifling that I would expect to see in the Generation 1 through 4 barrels.
Okay, and there's nothing consistent or specific about that one in particular that would link it to this firearm?
Correct.
And you also analyzed a number of fragments that were recovered from the blue Honda Accord, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated those were all consistent with the 30 caliber family, correct?
Correct.
Which is the family of the 7.62 by 3.9 ammunition.
Correct.
And let's talk a little bit about the differences between just sort of the cartridges for these weapons. So you would agree, bear with me, I'm not an expert like you are, so you would agree with me that the cartridge for a handgun, in this case a 45 gap, is around 200 grains, am I in the ballpark?
45 gap, when we're talking about spare ammunition, to my knowledge, was produced in 185 grain and 200 grain projectiles.
Okay. And then as opposed to the 7.62 by 3.9 is a much lighter.
It is. Commonly, the 7.62 is in the 122, 124 grain.
Okay, so the 7.62 is a lighter cartridge, correct?
Correct.
It's going to be ejected faster from a firearm.
Not necessarily. The ejection process would be determined based on how the firearm is designed to function.
Okay, was the firearm that you evaluated in this case functional?
Yes.
And would you agree that the 7.62 rounds would have been ejected at a faster speed than the 45 rounds in this case?
Let me ask a clarifying question.
Okay.
Are you talking about the cartridge case ejection, or are you talking about the projectile firing?
The projectile.
Okay, when you say ejection, I'm only referring to the cartridge case. So we're talking about ballistic velocity coming out of the bore. The bore is, the velocity is a relationship of the cartridge design, the projectile. So typically your 45 caliber firearms, going with 45 auto, 45 gap, because gap was created to compete with 45 auto. It's in the 850 to maybe upwards of 1,100 feet per second for muzzle velocity. So that's the velocity of the projectile as it exits the bore. The 7.62 is a rifle caliber. It was designed around a rifle platform. And when you shorten the barrel, that velocity drops. But even with that velocity drop, it is going to be exiting the bore of a particular firearm faster than the 45 would be.
So you would agree that the 7.62 rounds are lighter, correct?
Correct.
And they are faster in this case?
Correct, muzzle velocity.
Okay, and they're going to be more likely to have a greater impact?
No, not necessarily.
Do you have an opinion as to if 7.62 casings are more likely to fragment on their impact?
Casings? No.
Cartridges, projectiles?
Depends on the substrate that they hit. So I can't say that they would or would not.
You don't have an opinion?
I can't, it would depend on the substrate.
Sure. And if we could go to, just refer to some of the photographs that you were shown, would you mind if I borrowed I can use the paper exhibits if that's fine. So I think that you were asked a few questions about some images of firearms in this case that you reviewed.
Correct.
And were you allowed to review those in advance of your testimony here today?
Yes.
Did you review those with the District Attorney General's office?
We have conversed via text, via email, and this has been over a significant time period.
Sure. Could I approach the witness to review
You may.
these? Sergeant Dalton, I just want to go through a few of these images here and just make sure that I understand your testimony. So we looked at a few images here, and you said that you felt, for instance, in this image, that after watching the video and reviewing it, you felt it could be consistent with some of the weapons that we're addressing in this case.
No, it's not that it could be. It is absolutely consistent
feel
with
that-
recovered firearms.
That the rifle in this individual's hand is consistent with the,
It's consistent. As we received them, we had them flipped, the upper and lower. The
Right.
barrel portion is different than this photograph.
okay. And I would also like to look to some of the photographs that you were shown. You noted in, I believe, this firearm, or this photograph, that you had a hard time identifying either of those weapons with any specificity, correct?
It's very difficult because of the angle that we're looking at. They are similar and consistent if you took only a view of our recovered firearms, but that's as far as I can go with it.
Sure. And you would agree that there's no obvious identifying marks in these photographs?
Correct.
And you would also agree that you said this was consistent with a Glock firearm?
It's consistent in shape with what I would expect from a muzzle view.
And we agree that there are a large number of Glock firearms?
There are,
It's an extremely popular firearm.
yes.
And as to this photograph here, you indicated that you recognize this site as being consistent with the one that we've talked about in this case.
Correct.
And we agreed that that site is an aftermarket site, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that these can be purchased on Amazon?
We purchased in numerous locations.
Sure. And a lot of handguns, they are interchangeable. They would fit on any that have that Picatinny rim, correct?
Correct.
And then in this photograph specifically, you indicated the individual has a firearm in their waistband, and really all you can say is that that's consistent with a handgun.
It's consistent with what I would see is the shape of the back end of the Glock pistol grip. The grip angle looks to be consistent, and the general rough rectangular shape of the back of the Glock slide.
Sure, and consistent, but nothing specifically identifiable about this.
Correct.
You agree that really only the handle is showing in this?
Correct.
Sure. And same here, we can see that we have a firearm that may be a Glock and it has a laser sight, but again, there's nothing specific or individual about this photograph that would identify.
This one is much clearer on the muzzle view, so I would lean more toward this being a Glock firearm based on that view, just because it's very pronounced.
Sure, and we agree that Glock firearms, again, are extremely, extremely popular.
Correct.
And let's see, let's go and talk a little bit about the casings at issue that you evaluated. So as we noted before, you received shell casings from a number of locations in this case, correct?
From 2 locations that I'm aware of.
And you would agree that some of the 45 gap casings that we're referring to were recovered at Tarleton Avenue.
Correct.
And then it's your understanding that 2 were recovered from an Altima at a later date, correct?
Correct.
And again, we don't really have any way of indicating exactly what date those were fired, correct?
Correct.
And even if you can say that these are consistent with this firearm, you cannot say who would have fired those in that date, correct?
Correct.
If you could give me just a moment here. I don't think I have anything further.
Redirect.
I think everybody's getting hungry, so I'm going to be brief. The 11 spent shell casings that you identified as coming from a Glock 45 caliber gap pistol were all fired from the same pistol,
Correct. Fired from the recovered Glock Model 37.
from that which we recovered.
Yes.
And the spent 7.62 shell casings were all fired from the same weapon, that weapon which we recovered.
Correct.
And the bullet fragments, because they are fragments, you can only establish that they are in the same class and have the same characteristics because of the damage to those particular projectiles.
With the exception of one. One of the 30 caliber projectiles was identified as being fired through the bore of this particular 7.62 firearm.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinette?
I don't have anything,
Mr. Mathis?
That was the 7.62 firearm that we recovered.
Correct.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have a good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
All right, folks, that takes us to lunch. And once again, do not discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave notebooks and chairs. Go to the officers. Have a good lunch, folks. I'd say 120. 120. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Is there, you have an objection to redacted?
Thanks, sir.
No.
before we go on the record, this won't affect y'all, but I received notice from IT that the county server is gonna be down between 6 and 10 tonight, which is exactly when I plan on doing my instructions. So we might have a little bit of difficulty. I'm gonna try to get you guys a draft tonight. I have a reception to go to that I planned on leaving at around 7:15 or so and coming back up here and working until I finish the instructions. But now I understand I may not have access to the server. So I'm gonna do my best to get them to you guys tonight, but I can't promise it, okay? All right, ready, Kristen? Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. The state is still in their case in chief. Jill, are you ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis, you ready?
Right, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Officer Thompson, bring a jury in. All right, Evan, you may be seated. Does the state ready to call jury?
State ready, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis, you ready to call? Ms. Robinette? Welcome back, folks. Hope you all had a good lunch. You're ready to resume the state's case in chief. Gentlemen, will you please call your next witness?
Mr. Susanna.
Good afternoon, Mr. Son. Hope you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Welcome to criminal court.
Thank you.
Have a seat, sir.
Please share with us your name.
Charles D. Susano III,
Can you spell your last name, please?
Susano.
And where are you employed?
Knoxville Circuit Court Clerk, ma'am.
And tell us, what are your job duties as a circuit court clerk?
As the Circuit Court Clerk in Knox County, I'm also the Juvenile Court Clerk as well as the Sessions Court Clerk. And our job is to process, manage, and maintain all court-related documents.
And pursuant to the subpoena, have you prepared for us the juvenile court proceedings for the transfer hearing for Mr. Rashan Jordan and Deondre Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that include providing us with copies of the exhibits
Yes, it did.
and the testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have that with you today?
Sure do.
We would like to approach and make that ID only.
Well,
Is that 391? And is that what is included here in Exhibit 391?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the transfer hearing, does this file or the file going to get some criminal court?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is ID only. At this time, I believe it's an agreement between the state and the defense that the state is only seeking to introduce Mr. Germany Hines' testimony and the 3 exhibits that he referenced.
Just subject to pretrial objections. that
right.
were litigated.
Other than what we've already litigated, there's no further objections, right, Ms.
Correct.
Robinette? Very good.
And I can publish the testimony.
All right. So, folks, here's what the court has allowed to be admitted. At a previous hearing relating to this matter, an individual named Germany Hines testified. The court has declared as a matter of law that he is unavailable to testify at this time. What anybody says outside of the trial is what we call hearsay. And you've heard that term before, I know. And generally, hearsay is not permitted in a trial, but there are some exceptions to that. One of those exceptions is if the witness is now unavailable and they testified previously in a similar matter with similar motives under oath. And so the court has found that this testimony meets those requirements. So we are going to play for you a recording, it's an audio recording, this is not video, of Mr. Hines' testimony in juvenile court. Now, you're going to hear in my final written instructions, I'll tell you that statements that are made outside of the court are not to be considered for the truth of matter asserted in those outside statements, but there's one exception to it, and that's when it has been entered as an exhibit. And so this is one of these exceptions. So you can consider the testimony you're getting ready to hear as substantive evidence, as if this witness was actually here testifying. So, General, you may publish.
Give us your name.
Jeremy Hines.
You have to pull your mask down, Mr. Hines.
Jeremy Hines.
How old are you?
18.
Now, Mr. Hines, what school did you attend back in February? Is it very difficult for you to be here today? You do not want to be here today. Are you only here because you've been subpoenaed and you were brought to juvenile court?
I need to go back and answer those other questions, so I'm sorry. We're recording this, and you shake your head or not, the recording will pick it up, so we'll do that again.
Give your name again.
Jeremy Hines.
And what school do you go to?
Austin East.
What grade are you in?
10.
You do not want to be here, right?
No.
And the only reason you're here is because you got subpoenaed.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about February 12th, 2000. Were you in school that day?
Yes.
What were you doing in school that day? What did you do in school?
Regular. First school learn.
During the day? Pull that microphone. Talk loud, okay? On February 12th, 2021, did you know someone by the name of Stanley Freeman?
Yes.
You friends with Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
What type of person was he?
It was cool. I mean, I didn't really hang around him, but when I did, it was cool.
Did you have any issues with him?
No.
On February 12th, 2021, did you also know someone by the name of Rashan Jordan?
Yes.
Did you have any issues with him?
No.
Did you know someone by the name of Deondre Davis?
Yes.
You friends with him?
Yeah.
Did you have any issues with him?
No.
Now, the school, is there video cameras at the school?
Yes.
That Rashan Jordan, did Rashan Jordan go to Austin East?
No.
DeAndre Davis, did he go to Austin East?
No.
After the school let out, what did you do?
On my way home
And where did you live?
in Walkerby, 5 points.
And so how did you want to get home?
Walk.
And what was the path you were going to take? What road were you going to take?
Like Wilson.
After school, did you see Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Tell us about
Just getting out of school, on the way home, just rode by, seen them, said what's up, kept going.
it. And were they in a vehicle?
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle were they?
Like, I think a Nissan.
And so when school is out, is it typically like a lot of traffic?
Yes.
after school?
Yes.
And so is that what was going on? Was there like a lot of cars or something?
Yeah.
Now, did you hang around and talk to them?
Nah.
Did you see Mr. Freeman after school?
Yes.
What was he doing?
On his way home. In his
And
car.
how was he getting home?
car,
You know what kind of car he had?
Honda.
Where was his car in relationship to Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis's car?
It was like behind them, a little behind them.
Okay. And once you saw Mr. Do you remember if Mr. Davis was driving or Mr. Jordan was driving?
I don't remember.
You know, while they were over at Austin's,
No.
so after you said you just said what's up to him?
Yeah, I don't even think I said what's up, really.
And then did you say anything to Mr. Freeman?
No.
And so after seeing Mr. Jordan, Mr. Davis, Mr. Freeman, what did you do?
I kept walking with my friends.
Did you hear something?
Yeah, we heard gunshots like a couple minutes later.
What happened?
I ran.
Now, have you seen some of the still images from the school?
No.
From the video?
Oh, yeah.
Can you identify yourself and the parts we're talking about if you were to see those again?
What you say?
If I were to show you those pictures, can you identify those pictures again?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. While they're looking at those pictures, moving on. 24. While you're looking at those pictures, Mr. Hines, do you recognize this area? Recognize this is Carlton? Recognize this is Austin East being right here? And so looking at exhibit 24, when you came out of school, where would you be walking at? Did you see on this
I thought
diagram?
you said something about Wilson.
Yeah, I like go through the alley right there. It's like by Austin East. I take that way by my cousin house and cut on Wilson.
So you would have went, what? So, we go to 25. On exhibit 25, show the judge the direction you would have.
Show me where the school is.
This is Austin East here.
Right. Show me where MLK is. Make sure it goes.
So this is MLK here. This is Carlton, and this is here.
Your Honor, this check leading, it's got a red line, it shows it which way it is.
No, this is the path that Mr. Freeman took after he was shot. What happened to you?
It's fine.
I took the alley marker. I take the alley cut marker.
So you would have went, this is how, you were going to turn before you got to the drive-through. you're gonna go down this way, go past Houston, go down to Harrison, and then go down Wilson. That's what you would. Looking here on Exhibit 25, do you see where you saw the vehicle that Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan ran? The car that Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan ran? Do you see on this diagram where that car was? Can you put an X where the car
Here,
was?
wait a minute, let me get something else. You get a Sharpie or something. Here. I can't see it, whatever you use it. There we go, perfect.
Can you use that red marker and draw an X for where the car was that Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis went? Can you use that same red X and draw a 0 or O as to where the car was that Mr. Freeman was in? So this is the car from Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan, right? Where was Mr. Freeman's car? Yes. And so for the record, you have marked on Exhibit 25 an X with the car that you saw Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis from, right? You have to say yes. And an O for the car that Mr. Freeman was in.
Yes.
And then, yeah, and so use a GH for where you were.
Y'all need to come look at that? Need to mark it, let me have it back, so we can get all of your stuff.
You remember what color shoes you had on?
Black and red.
Showing you Exhibit 26, you recognize this picture here? No? You recognize that still shot? You recognize that still shot, that image, that location? Okay. Where was that picture taken at?
Like on the side of 80.
On the side of 80? Can you see where you were in this picture? What about Exhibit 27? No? Is this the car you've seen before?
Yeah.
Okay. And this car,
Say that out loud.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Yes.
who did you see in this car?
I just seen three. Yeah, three.
Okay. And is this the car we're talking about? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know where he was at in the car?
Like, these the same car?
So I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so you know where he was at in the car?
Probably.
Okay. And Deondre, we're talking about Deondre, the young man seated at the defense table,
Yeah.
closest to you or farther from you at the defense table?
Close.
And where was Mr. Jordan at? Did you see him that day? You didn't see
You
him in
gotta
the
tell
car?
me yes or no, you gotta.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I didn't see him that day.
You just saw Deondre that day?
Yeah.
And you saw Deondre in the car after school?
Yeah.
And so I'm going to move Exhibit 26 into evidence.
year his car was?
Stanley? Yeah.
Now, after you heard the gunshot, you had a cell phone with you?
Yeah.
And your cell phone was working?
Yeah.
Did you, have a, exchange? Did you send Mr. Davis your phone number earlier that day? Or Mr. Davis, Mr. Jordan, your phone number?
No, I already got his number.
Okay. Well, did you get a phone call from Mr. Davis or Mr. Jordan that day?
I called him.
Right after the shooting?
Yeah.
Tell the judge about the conversation that you had with them right after the shooting.
I called, we heard gunshots, we was checking on him.
And what did they say?
They said they'd call right back.
What did they say?
I had talked to him after that.
They said they what?
Call right back.
Who said they would call it back?
Rashan.
So when you called Rashan, why did you call Rashan?
We heard gunshots, we was checking on him.
So why would you check on Rashan if you heard gunshots?
Friends on him.
And so, I mean, how did you know to check on him? Why would you call Mr. Davis? Why would you call Rashan?
So he usually be with him.
Yeah, put your max in.
I said he usually be with him.
So you had seen Mr. Davis in the car, and you called Rashan because he's usually with Mr. Davis.
Yeah.
And so when you called Rashan, what did Rashan say?
He called right back.
Did they say anything to you at all about the shooting?
No.
Do you remember talking to the detective?
Yeah.
You don't remember them telling you anything at all about the shooting?
No.
And did you go down and talk to the detective at some point?
Yeah.
Did you talk to them by cell phone anymore after that day?
No.
Did you see anyone else in the car besides Mr. Davis?
No.
And you said Mr. Davis was driving.
Yeah.
And for the record, do you recognize Mr. Jordan seated at the defense table?
Yeah.
And you said he's on the far end?
Yeah.
Yes. And then Mr. Davis is closest to you.
Yeah.
Record could be reflected witness identify the defendant.
Absolutely.
Morning, sir. John Hobbs, attorney for Deondre Davis. So you saw Deondre after school that day, right? Did you see him with a gun?
No.
Did you see Stanley Freeman get shot?
No.
Did you talk to Deondre after that?
No.
So you don't know what happened at all, do you?
Not until I got home.
But you didn't see anything?
No.
No further questions?
This witness free to go?
Yes, Mr. Price,
No questions, Your Honor. You can go, sir. Thank you.
So we would like to make the recording next on the exhibit.
Are we, Christie?
We are 392.
392 will be the recorded testimony of Mr. Hines.
We would like to make juvenile court exhibit
25.
yes, 25. We could make that 393.
The juvenile court exhibit 25 will now be So juvenile court exhibit 25 will now be our exhibit 338 and others.
We could make juvenile court exhibit 26.
That's three. That's three. So juvenile court exhibit 26 will be our exhibit 393.
And juvenile court exhibit 27, 394.
Be 394.
Pass those. If I can pass those to you.
Sure. So you're gonna have these with you folks, but we'll pass them around now so you can have an idea what we've been talking about.
Pass those.
Ms. Mathis, do you have any questions, Mr. Susanna?
I do not.
Ms. Rumnett? Welcome, this side of the building. You can go back to your side now.
Judge.
Take care. Good seeing you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll wait to call our next witness till we've finished passing those around there. none, Mr. Thompson? All right, very good. General, please go ahead next one, or next piece of evidence.
I was just gonna seek to move into evidence, the Apple certification and the 3 photographs that we introduced, that we marked for ID only through Mr. Williams.
All right, so the Apple certification is for what?
And the 3 photographs,
No, what is the Apple what's it certifying?
the certification of Apple custodian of records. I, Raul Nunez, hereby declare that I'm an employee with Apple Inc.
No, I mean, I don't need to know. What records go to that certification? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the 3 photographs of from Mr. Rashan Jordan's iCloud account.
Okay. Gotcha.
And so the Apple
We
certification
already marked those for ID.
we have.
All right.
And so we would seek to move into evidence Exhibit 2. I think that's 382 is the Apple certification of custodian of records. We'd seek to move into evidence Exhibits 381A, 381B, and 381. And those are photographs of Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis that Mr. Williams has identified.
The court will find that they're authentic records through the Apple custodian, which is the certificate is 382, and then we'll now introduce 381, 381A, and 381B into evidence based upon that certification. Was there something else you were?
It was AT&T records.
Okay.
That we previously provided 2 certifications from, which have been marked, and provided to the clerk, that you already ruled on.
Do we know what numbers those are?
The certifications.
These are exhibits 386 and 386A.
And what is the 386 certification for?
That is the electronic devices, storage, medium, and files in the custody of AT&T that were made in the regular course of their business, the electronic process and/or systems that produce these particular records. And
Does it say what that, do we know which that's certifying, which group of records that's certifying? Like, is that Steve Sword's call records, or what is that?
Yes, Your Honor. This is going to be, the call records will be, the certifications for the call records, that's going to be Exhibit 386A. And then the cell site towers will be certification 386.
Over previous objection, it'll be 386, 386A for those records. Now, do we have those records prepared? Are we gonna give them a different number, or are we just gonna keep those with 386?
386B.
These. And that would be are the call records and the cell site tower records all together?
Yes, Your Honor, we can put them together. The call records will be for phone numbers 865-403-9873 and 865-771-5441. The cell site records will only be for like Knox County.
Oh, I got you. Okay. And so we'll make that collective 386B.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Over objection, they'll be in it. All right, Mr. Dillon, what's next?
State would like to call FBI Special Agent Matthew Wild.
Have him step into this. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, Special Agent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Matthew Wild. I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI.
Can you outline for the jury your law enforcement experience and background?
Yes, sir. In 2000, I graduated college and I was hired by the Spartanburg County, South Carolina Sheriff's Department. There I worked as a patrol officer and investigator for about 10 years. In 2010, I was hired by the FBI. I attended Quantico at the FBI Academy. And then after that, I was assigned to the Baltimore field office. I worked in a few of their small offices there, investigating white-collar crime, gangs, drugs, and violent crime. In 2015, I was transferred to the main Baltimore office where I worked with the Baltimore Citywide Robbery Unit, investigating robberies, kidnappings, and homicides. I was there until about 2020, and in October 2020, I transferred to South Carolina, where I work in a small office just south of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Your background with the FBI, specifically as it concerns this case, involves a CAST report. What does that acronym stand for?
So CAST is a cellular analysis survey team. It's a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. And our team is located around the country and sometimes different parts of the world. And what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, or specifically the location data associated with those.
And what is the background that is necessary and associated with being a CAST agent?
Most CAST agents have a background working violent crime because that's where most of the time we're dealing with phone records and trying to locate phones and locate people.
Could you describe for the jury the type of specialized training that you need to go through and complete in order to be a CAST agent?
Sure. So I have over 400 hours of training. I started in 2012. I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint. It was a 3-day course where we learned how to read these phone records. The phone records are very much like the old paper phone bill we would get in the mail maybe 15 years ago. They have the date, they have the time, they tell me who called who, they tell me how long those calls are. The major difference between those phone records and the ones I look at is the records I look at have the cell tower information, so they tell me which cell tower was used, and then they tell me the sector or the side of that tower that's being used. So in that first class, we learned how to read those records, compare the cell tower information with a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map. At the conclusion of that class, I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint. We took a deeper dive into the records. We were given multiple practicals. We learned different ways to use the records that we could obtain from T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, and Verizon. And at the conclusion of that course, I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. That course was 4 weeks. The first week was radio frequency theory. So we learned in that class how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas and back through the network. The second week, we met with the carriers. So we met with Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and US Cellular. We learned from their records custodians. Those are the folks that provide the records to law enforcement. We also learned from the network engineers. Those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we learned about our drive testing equipment. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower and then figure out how far that tower actually reaches. And then the last week was a moot court exercise. We were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to that case in a moot court setting. At the conclusion of that course, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, between 2016 and today, I've attended the CAST recertification course every year, which is 3 to 4 days. We go back, we meet with all the carriers, we get training on emerging technologies, and then because of where we're located around the country and sometimes in different parts of the world, we give case presentations to each other on what we're seeing in our respective areas.
So in addition to being trained, you also provide training?
I do. I've taught the basic Project Pinpoint course either 16 or 17 times. I've taught the advanced course on 3 or 4 occasions, and then I've been an evaluator for the moot court portion of CAST certification on 3 different occasions.
Have you had to be tested and take an exam?
I did. To become certified, part of becoming certified was taking a written test, and then the moot court portion was also a test.
Have you testified in courts concerning your analysis in this particular field?
I have.
Have you been identified in those court proceedings as an expert in this particular field?
Yes, sir.
How many times would you say that has happened?
Over 140 times.
Your Honor, we would ask that Special Agent Matthew Wild be recognized as an expert in the field of cellular analysis and a specialist in this particular field.
Any objection? So what is your particular field now? It's cellular analysis and what?
So it would be historical call detail record analysis and
Call detail record analysis.
yes, sir, and cellular technology.
And is it Wild with an E?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Court will recognize Special Agent Wild as an expert in what he just said. I'm trying to write it down. Historical call detail analysis and cellular technology. And again, that allows him to render his opinion. But again, just because he renders his opinion doesn't mean that you're bound to accept it. Just like every other witness, it's your job to judge the weight and credibility to be given to his testimony. But since he is an expert, he may give his opinion. Generally make it.
Thank you. What is historical cell site analysis? And
So-
again, in relationship to people that are of my age, try and communicate that in a manner in which we could understand.
Okay. So historical cell site analysis is using those records I described earlier. Those records, it generally provide me the date and the time the call occurred, and then the tower, so the cell phone tower, and the side of the tower that was used to handle that call. So what I know from looking at those records is the date, the time, and then the general location of where that call occurred. Okay? Historical cell site analysis is using that information, so that date, the time, and the general location, and comparing it to something that we know, the known date, time, and location. Most of the time, when law enforcement is investigating a crime, they generally know when and where the crime occurred. And so all I'm doing is comparing those records to that known date, time, and location.
Approximately how many times have you performed this historical cell phone site analysis, and in what types of cases were you involved?
Well over 1,200 sets of records, and anything from burglary, auto theft, kidnappings, to homicides, and some national security cases.
Can you explain how you use CDRs to locate phones and then people?
Sure. So to locate a phone using those call detail records, what I do is I'm looking at patterns in those records. So most people go to the same place every night, and most people go to the same place every day, right? We either go to home at night, or we go to work during the day. So looking at those patterns, I look at the cell phone activity on somebody's records, maybe between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m., and I can see the cell phone tower and the sector or the side of the tower that's being used during that time period. Generally, that's going to be the tower and sector that they're using when they're in the area of their house. Same thing during the day. If I look between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., generally, most people work during the day. I can come up with an area of where they potentially work during that time frame. And then, of course, that's locating the phone, but usually there's a person using that phone. So that's how we tie those together.
How is the CAS team associated with other units within the FBI?
So we're associated with the Criminal Investigative Division, and we're also associated with the Violent Crimes Against Children's Unit. And so what happens is if we have a missing child, and the acronym's escaping me right now, Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team is deployed. One of our CAS agents is deployed with that team to work the phone records in those matters.
And is this particular technique that you employ only used in the context of criminal investigations?
Absolutely not. I've used this many, many times just in missing persons investigations, where maybe somebody goes missing, maybe it's not completely criminal in nature. We're able to look at the phone records and then either determine a place where they last turned their phone off or the place where they might be at that time.
So you indicated that this system is used to identify phones and people. Have you ever used this system to analyze people that are accused of crimes to eliminate them as a suspect?
Yes, on many, many occasions, a detective might send me records. They suspect somebody might be involved in a case. I'll do that analysis on those records and show that that person is at home during the time or that person is somewhere else during that time. And I've personally done that on multiple occasions.
Based upon your training and experience in this particular field of analysis, are these cellular telephone record analysis reliable?
Yes, they are. The network, the way it's designed, each one of these towers and sectors has their own specific coverage area. And so I can come up with a general area where that phone's located every single time a call occurs. And I've personally used these records to find phones and find people doing this analysis.
So what are the skills and abilities or knowledge that you may possess that in order you to render such an expert opinion on historical cell site analysis?
So there's three things. Number one, you have to have an understanding of how the network operates. Number two, you have to have experience analyzing volumes and volumes of call detail records. And then number three, you have to have experience using those records and using that analysis to actually locate a phone and thereby locate a person. I have all three of those.
In this particular case, prior to testifying today, had you had an opportunity to review the cellular historical records of the particular phones that have been put into evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
In addition to evaluating that information, had you also taken it upon yourself to travel the area that this particular case involves?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe for the jury what you did and where you went?
Yeah, so just this morning I went by 301 Hembry Street, South Hembry Street, and then I drove from there north towards Fine Avenue, I believe it is, as well as driving 40 through Knoxville itself.
And why did you think that was important to do?
Well, I wanted to see from the actual reported scene of the crime, I wanted to see if I could see the tower that was being used by the phones in this case, and I could.
In evaluating the information that you received from the cell phone historical data, were you able to perform a review and determine where the defendants were located during this particular time frame?
So not the defendants. I'm able to locate generally where the phone was during that time. I have no idea who had that phone in their hand. I wasn't there that day.
But in relationship to the phone usage during this particular time, you were able to use this data to evaluate where that particular phone was at any particular time?
Yes, sir. At the time of the records, when there's times on the records, I'm able to evaluate where the phone is during that time.
And what type of information is used that you used including these records? Can you relay that type of information to the jury?
Sure. So I use there's two sets of AT&T records, and so I use the voice, text messaging, and data records from those devices. And then I used a download of one of the phones. We were able to obtain some location data from downloading that physical phone, and I also used the information off of that download.
So if I'm understanding you right, there's information that you receive from the phones and information you receive from the network from the towers.
Yes, sir.
And how did that information enable you to perform your analysis and render a report?
So I look at what happens is I look at those records, I ingest them into a Google-based mapping system, and then I'm able to translate those records into something that we can see and look at, and that's how I was able to do that.
And you ultimately created this record in terms of a series of maps?
I did. I generated a series of maps and generated a report.
And in generating these maps, how were you able to assess the information that you used to generate these maps? Is my question clear or not?
No, it's not clear at all, sir.
Let me go back a step. In making your assessment of the materials, what did you prioritize or use in order to generate the maps?
Oh, I prioritized the dates and the times surrounding the incident and the known locations that were provided to me by the Knoxville Police Department.
And Did you identify specific cell towers that were used to make and receive these calls during that time period with the target phone?
I did. I identified those by, again, looking at the call detail records.
And in identifying them from the call detail records, were you able to actually map out on the map where these towers were located?
Yes, I was.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation that we will hopefully provide to the jury that explains each time period and where these towers and phones were used?
Yes.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Our next number is
395.
395. Yes. Show you what's been marked as 395. Could you give that a review and let us know whether you're familiar with that?
I am. This is a paper copy of the report I generated for this case.
Read off the 395.
Subject to the foundation of the other records we already talked about. Is there any other projections?
No.
To be 395 Special Agent Files report.
May we publish?
You may publish. Mr. Dillon, just let us know if you want the lights on or off, sir.
Let's see how far we can go with them on and then. we'll
Okay.
go from there. All right, so you prepared this PowerPoint for us to present to this jury.
Yes, sir.
The first slide here is basically your information.
It is. It's my name, the two phone numbers related to this case, and then the last date when I completed this final report.
And just so that the jury is clear, these are the types of PowerPoint presentations that you have provided in the past to other court proceedings in which you've been identified as an expert.
Yeah, yes, it's been the same. I use the same format. I've used it the last 140-something times I've testified.
All right. So let's go to the next slide, and if you can identify what it is that you're doing and how you're doing it.
Sure. So the first paragraph is the background that I was requested by the Knoxville Police Department to assist with this case, to analyze the records for 865-403-9873 and 865-771-5441. Methodology, kind of discussed this already, but the analysis, I performed the analysis on those call detail records. They document the interaction between the phone and the network. And what I do is compare the tower list, or the cell tower number on those records to a list of all the cell phone towers in the area. And I'm able to generate a general idea of where that phone is at the time the calls occurred. Cell site locations, so I use a tower list that was in effect around the time of the crime. I believe in this one I used the March 2019 tower list. It was just a couple days or about 2 weeks after the crime occurred. And then my conclusions are further down in the report.
Next slide. So what are we showing here?
So here we're looking at a series of cell phone towers. Draw your attention to the one on the top left-hand side. There's a couple important things about this. Number one, there's those speaker-looking devices that kind of hang from that cell phone tower. Those are the antennas that transmit and receive the signal to and from the phone. A phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, I tuned to my favorite station, my favorite frequency, and somewhere in Knoxville there's a radio tower that emits a signal. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that the communication for my cell phone has to be able to receive information from the tower, but I also need to be able to send information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that transmit and receive that signal. The second important thing about this picture is you'll notice those antennas hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most cell phone towers are designed to cover a full circle, or 360 degrees. And the way the carriers break that circle up is by breaking it into 3 pieces. So when I look at this picture, I just like to think that the center of one side of that triangle is nothing more than the center of that side of the tower. Furthermore, drawing your attention to the middle picture, sometimes in more urban and suburban areas, there's not space to build one of these towers. So what the network does is they'll identify a tall building and they'll mount these antennas to the outside of the building, and they provide essentially the same function. Also, we have the flagpole here. We see this a lot of times at colleges, high schools, universities, public buildings, and while it just looks like the flagpole, actually underneath a panel at the top of it are 3 directional antennas, so it essentially performs the same function. And then my personal favorite is the pine tree that always stands about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around it, but actually at the top it is has these same antennas, and they're just spray painted brown to kind of blend into the environment.
Next slide. What are we trying to show here?
So here we're talking about sectors and orientation. So again, most towers have 3 sides. The center of each tower, the center of each side of that tower is identified by something called the azimuth or orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just 2 big scary words for direction, okay? So if the azimuth is 0, if it tells me the records say the phone is using tower 1, 2, 3, 4, sector 1, it's gonna tell me the azimuth is 0, 120, 240, whatever it should be. If the azimuth is 0, all I'm doing is drawing a line facing north. It just means that that side of the tower faces north. Then, because I need to divide this sector into 3 sides, I have to draw a line 60 degrees to the right, 60 degrees to the left, and that gives me 1/3 of that circle. And so, yeah, unless otherwise noted, each one of these sectors is approximately 120 degrees.
Next slide.
So this slide 5, this is how I display the sector actually on the map by using this wedge shape. So here you can see I have the red wedge. It faces north at 0 degrees. I drew my lines 60 degrees in each direction. But now we have this shaded area there in the middle. When I see the shaded area, or when I talk about the shaded area, I'm not 100% saying the phone has to be within that shaded area. What I'm saying is that's the direction that the energy is being emitted from that tower. It'd be like me up here turning the lights off and shining a flashlight towards the back of the room, okay? That light's gonna emit out in a direction towards the back of the room. That's all I'm saying with this, by using this wedge here.
The next slide.
And so this is how I display, slide 6 shows how I display the sector on the map. You can see the red sector faces to the north. Those green dots are the towers there. So what I would say about this slide is the phone is using that tower with the red sector. The phone has to be somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next tower in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Because as I travel from the tower that's being used towards the other one, the signal from the one that's being used is gonna get weaker and weaker and weaker as I go away, and eventually I'm gonna pick up the other tower as I get close to it. That's the reason you can drive all the way across Knoxville, stay on the phone at the same time, is because we're constantly going in and out of those different coverage areas and transferring from from tower to tower to tower as we go down the road.
Next slide. So you did an analysis of the phone usage in the towers that were involved here on February 12, 2021.
Yes, sir.
So, explain the contents of this particular map.
Could I ask you just to zoom out just a little bit? So hit the minus up there next to the plus at the top. Yep. One more. Thank you. All right, so this is the activity that occurred at 2:35 p.m. on February 12th. This is on telephone number 865-403-9873. During that time,
Is your screen on?
yeah, my screen's on
Okay.
there, yes, sir. Yeah, during that time, the phone used tower 169.076, and you can see that that phone, that tower faces towards 301 South Henry Street at that time. So this next slide, slide 9, shows the activity on that same phone between 3:10 and 3:12 p.m. During that time, the phone is using tower 164.009, and it uses that azimuth. It kind of faces towards Henry Street, So it's going to be somewhere in that general area between, near that tower.
So the phone is using a different tower in a different location?
It's using a slightly different tower in a different location, yes, sir.
Next slide. What are you showing here?
So here I'm showing the data records now. So those previous records were voice and text messaging. So here I'm showing the data records. And I'm showing the time frame between 3:21 and 3:29:59 p.m. So that session starts on tower 164009, which is the one to the left, and then it ends on tower 169006. So still that phone is using those two towers, and it's in that general area, likely between them.
So let me stop you and pause for a minute. You just mentioned something about before you were talking about voice and text, and now you're talking about data usage. Can you explain the difference to the jury?
Yeah, so with a voice call, let me back up 3 steps. So when you power the phone, when the phone is powered on, if my phone were to be on and on the desk in front of me, what my phone is doing is it's scanning its environment. It's trying to find this sector, the tower in the sector with the best signal. Okay, that's for a voice call. That's the tower that's going to be recorded on the records. With data, it might not always be the tower with the best signal. It's just going to be the tower that has acceptable level that it can see that tower, and transfer a little bit of data. But these two towers are close to each other. The time frames are very close to each other. So the phone's got to be somewhere in this general area of Knoxville during that time.
When we're talking about the difference between phone and text versus data, what is the data that's not associated with phone and text?
It could be anything else. So just think of all the things we all do on our smartphones. It could be iMessaging, it could be FaceTime videos, it could be any other kind of messaging application, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, whatever other applications are being used. It could be the maps. It could be sending, like a multimedia message. It could be anything other than a telephone call and a regular text message.
Very good. Next slide.
So slide 11 is showing the activity between 3:29 and 3:39 p.m. And again, that phone's back to using 164076 and 169076, which actually is the same tower in the same sector. And so during that time, these are all data activations, and that tower is being used. I'd expect it, it's consistent with being in the area of the South Hembry Street address. When I say that, I'm not saying it has to be at that area. What I'm saying is if somebody were to be in that area, this is the tower usage I would expect that phone to use.
Next. And what is significant that you're trying to show in this particular slide?
So in slide 12, what I've added in now is the downloaded location data records that we received from the downloaded phone associated with this telephone number. Now those records, they're just logging, that phone is logging the phone's location. And so when we can download the phone, sometimes we can obtain that location data. So here, between 3:30 and 3:33, we have 14 records at an accuracy of 26 to 65 meters. So the pin, the red pin inside the gray circle, that identifies the specific GPS point where that phone says it was located, and then the gray area is the area of radius on the outside. So it's like, it's a maximum distance from that point that the phone could potentially be.
She's going to enlarge this particular map so that the jury can see
Yes, sir.
where this is located.
Yep.
It seems to be located in the area right around the vicinity of the Austin East High School. Would that be accurate?
It is. So the red Google pin here on South Hembry Street, that's the physical address of that school. And then these other small red round pins, those are identifying the specific location that the phone was recording at that time period.
So there were 14 records that were generated by that phone at that location at that time.
Yes, sir.
And those records.
I'm sorry. I was just going to make sure I understand. what you're saying is where that, at that particular time, based upon all the records you've examined, that phone was within that little gray circle there, somewhere, not right where the red pin is, but somewhere within that circle.
It shouldn't be any further than the way the technology works. It shouldn't be any further than that circle, but it is slightly, it's possible it could be slightly outside that circle, but I wouldn't expect it to be on the other side of the interstate or anything. I'd expect it to be in that general area.
The next slide.
So the next slide shows, again, I'm still showing that data activity. It's the same cell site activity that I showed previously without the GPS stuff, or without the Cellbrite location stuff. And now I'm showing 3:34 p.m. to 3:37 p.m. And I've just shown all the activations during that time. And so what I could see from looking at these records is the phone moved north, kind of northwest towards Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. Then it moved southwest towards the corner of Martin Luther King and South Henry Street by 3:37.
So in analyzing the information from the cell towers and the cell phones, you're actually able to, in real time, trace where the phone was in those particular time periods?
Yes, because I have a series of records, and those records provide the time, and so I can, when I load them into my system, I can just click starting at 3:34, 3:35, 3:36, 3:37, and I can see how they how they move around.
And this map would indicate that at the beginning, at 3:34, it was over to, let's say, if we were using a clock face, around 2 o'clock, and the vehicle, the phone moved in a counterclockwise manner to about 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Next. What is this slide purporting to show?
So this is showing the activity at 3:38. So there's 2 points in here. I noticed when I received the records, they didn't have the seconds on them, so all I had was the minutes to go off of. So that's why we have 2 points that seem to be at the same time in 2 different locations. Likely it's because the seconds were slightly off. So here we have 2 points at 3:38, and they are both there near the intersection of South Henry Street and Tarleton Avenue. And then I've drawn a line because the red location pin would have covered up the GPS pins from the phone download. So I just drew a line to show where that location plots on the map.
So this particular analysis has resulted in you mapping the phone being located at that particular time at that particular intersection.
Yes, sir.
Next slide. And what is this slide meant to show?
So slide 15 is showing the activity between 3:39 and 3:44 p.m. So starting at 3:39, now the phone is using that tower on the top left-hand side. So it's using sector 2, which faces towards Henry Street. It's the one with the number 2 in it. And then at 3:39:57, it uses the other tower, 169.076, which is kind of to the right, also facing back towards the other tower. And then eventually by 3:41, now it's using tower 164.009, which is the one on the left with a 3 in it that faces away from Henry Street.
And would this suggest to the uninitiated that the phone continues to move?
The phone likely moved from the Henry Street location towards the west.
The next slide. And what does this slide provide us information about?
So this is showing, again, the data between 3:44 and 3:48. So starting on tower 164.009, which is the one on the top tower, uses that between 3:44 and 3:45:10. And then it uses the tower to the bottom left between 3:45:10 and 3:46. And then it goes back to using the one on the top between 3:46 and 3:48. So the phone could be stationary in there during that time and just hitting both towers, or it could have moved from the top tower, moving kind of southwest, and then move back into that area where it's covered by the top tower.
Next slide.
So this one is showing 3:48:15 until 3:49:44 p.m. So again, showing starting at 3:48:15, it's using that tower off to the right, but facing back to the left-hand side. So that's 164.015. And then it uses the other two towers during that time period as well. So 164.043, and then the one at the bottom as well.
During these time periods, it's fair to say that the phone was active?
I mean, it's actively recording data very frequently during this time period. So it's not sitting on the same tower. If the phone were to be stationary, I'd expect it to use one tower, one or two towers consistently, and here it's kind of moving around all over the place.
So the phone is active and the phone is moving?
I believe the phone's moving, yes, sir.
And the next slide. What are you trying to show here?
So here we're showing the activity between 3:49 p.m. and 3:51 p.m. And so now the phone has started using tower 164.009 facing north of Hembry Street, and then it uses 164.043, which faces to the southwest during that time. And looking at how the sessions overlap, it's likely the phone's in between those towers during that time.
Once again, this would indicate that the phone is active and the phone is moving.
Yes, sir.
And this next slide.
So this next one shows 3:51 p.m. through 3:55 p.m. Now the phone has kind of moved a little further to the west, basically between those two towers and sectors that are being used at that time.
Once again, this phone was active and it was moving.
Yes, sir.
The next slide.
So the next slide shows starting at the bottom left-hand side, starting at 3:55 and 3:58 p.m. The phone is down there closer to downtown, and then basically the movement on this phone goes from downtown up towards the northwest there, ending at 4:20 p.m. with a voice call on that top right tower.
So the phone is active and is moving quite a distance more than it had been moving earlier.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, the phone's on, there's data records being generated, and then there's a voice call at 4:20 p.m. that puts it up there to the northwest. I'm sorry, the northeast.
Next slide. And what is this slide showing us?
So this is showing the other phone in this case. Again, it's an AT&T phone, 865-771-5441. This is showing 2:25 to 3:01 p.m. And you can see the phone is using those two towers displayed on the map, and they're generally just to the south of Hembry Street.
And that phone is active and is moving.
I mean, it's active. I couldn't tell you 100% that it's moving because the time frame here, we have 2:25, 2:34, and 3:01. They're very spread out.
Next slide.
The next slide, we're diving into the data records. So at 3:12, the phone is using tower and sector that faces towards Hembry Street. And at 3:21, it uses the tower and sector number 3 that faces away from Hembry Street.
That phone is actually active and engaging the towers.
It's powered on and it's engaged. It's generating records. Yes, sir.
Next slide. What are we showing here?
So here we're showing 3:21 p.m. through 3:40 p.m. So starting at 3:21, there's we're on sector 3 here of tower 164.009, which faces to the west. So we're there from 3:21 to 3:24 p.m. Then moving over to the other tower that faces towards Hembry Street, that phone is using that tower with data records between 3:24 and 3:40 p.m. So that activity would be consistent with being in the area of Hembridge Street during that time.
And the next slide.
The next slide is showing the activity between 3:33 and 3:41. And so starting at 3:33, the phone, again, 3:33 to 3:40 is using sector 1 on that tower that faces towards Hembridge Street. Then after 3:40, so starting at 3:41, it uses tower 164.481, which is the one to the bottom left. And then it bounces back to sector 3 on 169.067, and then ending at 3:41.44 on that tower to the bottom left-hand side. So it's moved away now. That's consistent with moving away from Hembridge Street at this time.
So the phone was active and it's moving.
Yes, sir.
And the next slide.
So showing 3:41 to 3:52. So 3:41 starting kind of close to downtown. 3:49 moving kind of to the northeast, and then 3:52 on that top tower facing to the west. So the phone's on and it appears to be moving during that time.
Next slide.
Next slide is showing 3:52 to 4:34 p.m. So we have 3:52, again, the phone is using tower 164.043, which faces to the west. Then 4:03, it uses the tower and sector closer to Hembridge Street. 4:07 and 4:10, it uses that tower along 40, kind of facing to the west. And then finally at 4:34, there's a data session hitting up on that top tower to the northeast, the same tower that was being used by the blue phone at by the black phone at 4:20.
So that shows that the phone was active and the phone is moving.
Yes, sir.
Next slide. Is that it? Okay. Based upon the analysis that you did on each phone and the geographical reference and time reference, were you able to make any determinations as to whether or not each phone was following a similar pattern geographically and in relationship to time, generally the same time period?
Yeah, so both phones were in the area, or were using towers consistent with being in the area of Hembridge Street during the time of the incident. After that, they both kind of move to the northeast for a while, and then they both wind up all the way, they moved to the northwest for a little while, and then they both wind up all the way in the northeast tower between 4:20 and 4:34.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, who'd like to go first? Ms. Mathis?
Good afternoon, Angel.
Good
How are you?
afternoon, ma'am. I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. My name's Ashley Mathis and I represent Deondre Davis.
Okay.
So I want to go sort of back to the beginning. So when we're talking about the analysis of these, I'm going to call them call detail records. Hopefully that's the appropriate term.
That's fine.
Okay. So when we're talking about call detail records, you'll agree that these historical records that you obtain in these cases are maintained by the cell phone providers, correct?
Absolutely. That's where we obtain the records from, is the provider.
And those are actually used by the providers for taking care of the towers and ensuring coverage, things like that, correct?
They're used, number one, for billing purposes, and then second, to evaluate their own network. That's correct.
Sure. And so they're not actually, they're not created for the purposes of law enforcement. Law enforcement just obtains them and interprets them, correct?
We obtain them, we interpret them, and then, of course, we receive training from the carriers on how to interpret the records.
Based on how the towers work.
Correct.
And how they're configured.
Yes, ma'am.
And the coverage area in the general location.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's going to vary based on the city that you're in, correct?
It could vary based on the city. It could vary based on the topography of the area, whether you're in the city, whether you're in the suburban areas, or whether you're in a rural area. In a city, the towers are going to be much closer together. In a suburban area, a little further apart. In a rural area, they might be 6, 10, 8 miles from each other.
Sure. And on that same vein, when we're looking at your report that you prepared, we've got actual pinpoints all over those maps that those are going to indicate cell towers, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Every one of those blue dots represents an AT&T cell tower.
And so, in areas where there are more towers, there's going to be some overlap, correct?
There's always going to be some overlap, even where there's more towers or less towers. That's how we seamlessly go from tower to tower without dropping the call.
Right, and so you would agree that you can use these records to interpret a general area, I think is what you said, of coverage, correct?
That's correct. I can't tell you that the phone was on a specific corner when just looking at the cell phone records. I can't tell you they're on that corner. I couldn't tell you they're on the steps of this courthouse. What I can tell you is they're using the tower on top of this courthouse. That tower faces south, and therefore the phone has to be somewhere to the south of this courthouse between this tower and the next one south.
And so the factors that are going to be used by you in sort of determining the area are going to include how many towers are in the area.
Correct.
The topography of the area, as you said.
Of course.
Potentially, like the weather can affect it.
The weather, unless the tower gets hit by lightning, the weather really doesn't affect it.
And the amount of traffic on that tower.
The traffic can slightly affect it, but it's not something that, I mean, the records I'm looking at, I know that that tower was working because it generated a record.
Right. And so explain again the difference. You said that data may not be, a data connection record versus a call record might not necessarily be based as much on, explain that part again, about,
Yes.
about data versus voice.
So a call record is the phone searching, it's going to choose the tower with the best signal. The data record is not always going to use the tower with the best signal. It's just going to use one at an acceptable coverage level. But in this case, it seems that the data records and call records frequently use the same towers.
Okay, so that could mean just maybe a tower that has different equipment versus necessarily being closest in proximity? Like it has better data equipment versus voice equipment?
No, ma'am. I mean, they all have data and voice equipment, so I wouldn't be able to make a judgment call based upon what equipment is on the tower because they all have the same type of equipment on all the towers.
Okay, so when you're talking about the general area of coverage, you said that that is going to differ based on all of these factors, but you would agree that that actually can span out pretty far from a cell tower in these instances.
I mean, how far is pretty far?
Well, you tell me how far is pretty far. Would you say maybe up to a mile in the direction that it's pointing?
I mean, each one of these towers are about, the towers that are close to Hembry Street, they're about a mile and a half apart. In a perfect world, that phone shouldn't be any further than a half a mile or so from that tower.
Sure, so half a mile would get us anywhere 2,500, 3,000 feet, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if I could have the projector, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I just want to go over a few, you said that you drove actually through the area this morning, correct?
I did, yes,
So
ma'am.
are you familiar with that area of town?
Slightly. I've been here a few times, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you said you drove down, oh, I might need to plug that in. So you said that you drove, tell us again where you drove this morning.
I drove down 40. I got off on, I believe it was Cherry, and then I drove south on Cherry towards Hembry Street, and then I turned around and went back up Cherry, crossed over 40, and went up towards Vine Street, and then came back over and jumped back on 40 and came to here today.
Okay, so are you generally aware of the area of the school?
Yeah.
So we're located off of Hembry Street, and then you're aware that sort of the locations of issue are Tarleton Avenue as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're just adjacent here to Martin Luther King Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And then we've also got Magnolia running just very close by.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you can see that actually on your map as well. It's just a little further zoomed out, right?
I can see that,
So
yes,
this
ma'am.
yellow line here is going to be Magnolia.
Yes.
And then over here, we're going to have MLK running, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree that there's quite a bit on these streets. These are large streets, correct?
Yeah, so I noticed this morning on Magnolia, there's quite a few businesses on Magnolia going back towards Cherry. And then there's, obviously, it's a neighborhood, so there's houses in that area surrounding the school.
Sure. And so even on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and Tarleton, you actually would note that there are some shops, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a trading post.
Yep.
There's a coffee shop.
Yes, ma'am.
We also have some gas stations.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you would agree that there are a number of restaurants all in this area as well?
There is.
And so you're aware that these records that you're examining are on a Friday afternoon, correct?
I did not know the date of the week. But,
Sure.
If
No, it's February 12th.
If you tell me that it was a Friday afternoon, I will trust your judgment. I trust that you looked that up.
Sure. And so when we're looking at these coverage areas here, you said that we can assume we're within a mile-ish of this tower would be a fair assumption.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I were to tell you that any of these businesses are going to be within 1,000 feet, say,
I would agree with that.
That
Again,
these records would indicate that that could be consistent with someone being at any of these locations as well.
again, just looking at these records, I can't tell you specifically where that phone was. I can only tell you the general area, so I would agree that those businesses could be within the coverage area of those towers.
Sure. And then we've also talked about the fact that a handoff or a tower change could be based on movement, or it could just be based on connection.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on when the phone is. If somebody moves, so if you move from one side to the other, from one part of town to the other, it could generate a tower change. However, you could be between two towers and be in a spot where you're seeing both at about the same strength, and you'll bounce back and forth. So sometimes we'll see that. That's why I wasn't committing a lot of times to movement, because due to the timing of things, the phone could be stationary.
There's just no way to tell,
I mean,
based on these records.
when I'm looking at the records, that's a judgment call I'm making. There are ways to tell when we have different situations with the records where they're stationary for 2 hours or so, and you'll see them bouncing back and forth between those two towers. Pretty good idea that the phone's between them.
Sure. And so you would agree that for this phone number, you only have the historical CDR records that you relied on in your report,
That's correct.
and that you would also agree that we have at least, give or take a mile radius as to any of these, as to where these could be.
Yes, ma'am.
So they could be consistent, again, with Arby's, McDonald's.
Again,
Rock
it
and
could be
Roll.
at any of the businesses along Magnolia.
Sure. If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Mr. Robinette, cross-examination, sir.
I can take this down, Your Honor.
Agent Wow, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you. My name is Roy Robin. I represent Mr. Rashan Jordan.
Okay.
You say that you collected AT&T records and data for 2 phones, is that correct?
Yes.
You also collected subscriber information too, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If I provide you with a copy of the subscriber information, will you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Agent Wow, can you review this record? Do you know what this record is?
I do. This is the subscriber information for telephone number 865-403-9873.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the record that you received?
It is.
Now, at this time, if it's not being determined, is it likely to something?
Any objection to that? Any objection, Ms. Mattis?
No.
What number we are on, Ms. Andrews?
396.
396.
Can I publish this video?
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
Agent Wall, can you tell me what is an IMSI number?
Yeah, so the IMSI number, it's an International Mobile Subscriber Identity Number. It's the number associated with the SIM card, so that's the little chip that goes in your phone. That's actually the number the carrier identifies your phone as.
So that number identifies the number, correct? The phone number, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that number is 865-403-9873, is that correct?
Well, the phone number is, yes, sir. The MZ is different.
Yes. And that number belongs to a Brian Norbert, is that correct?
Well, that's who the subscriber information for is on that phone, yes, sir.
So that's correct, right?
I mean, that's who the subscriber is. It doesn't tell me who is holding the phone that day.
Well, I'm asking, that number is assigned to this individual right here, Brian Norbert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Norbert has been a member of AT&T since, it's right here, January 27, 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
stated that you received training in the CASP report, is that correct?
In the CASP report?
Yes.
I generate the CASP report, sir.
You generate the CASP report?
Yes, sir.
Do you receive any training by the AT&T, the service provider?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do they train you on how to locate cell sites?
They tell us, I mean, how to locate the cell site is by looking the cell site up in the database and figuring out where it is. So the latitude, using the latitude and longitude.
Okay, for this case, did you ever consult with AT&T about your work and plotting out for this case?
I consulted with AT&T on a question about the tower list in this case.
I'm asking, did you consult them with this case?
That's what he said.
Oh, so I'm sorry, I misheard you. So you did consult with them?
I consulted with somebody from AT&T because there was a question about the tower list and where the tower list originated from in this case.
Okay. So did you obtain the cell site listing from them?
I obtained it from a database that they provide to, on a monthly basis, they provide that information to the government, so we don't have to bother them every single time we have a case and obtain that information.
So you obtained that from your government site, but you didn't obtain from them directly, correct?
Well, the government site obtains it directly from AT&T, and therefore I obtained it from the government site, and so therefore I obtained it directly from AT&T through the government site.
Okay, did you also obtain the best server map in this case?
No, sir, we don't have access to that.
Okay, but did you obtain the total coverage map in this case?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Did you also obtain, did you obtain the total coverage map in this case?
I don't know what a total coverage map is, sir.
Show the area of coverage for the specific towers.
I don't know where I would get that. I've been doing this for, 7 years, or 7 years. I've never seen something like that.
Okay, but you saying that there is a best server map, correct?
I don't know if there's a best server map, sir. That's something that the engineers in AT&T deal with. I don't even know if they maintain that, and I've never seen it.
So you've never seen it, but you know it exists or not?
I don't know if it exists or not, sir.
Well, do you know what about it?
I don't know about that map,
Okay.
sir.
So have you ever worked for, as an engineer for the AT&T or any service provider before?
No, I have been in law enforcement for my entire 23-year career.
So you don't know exactly how cell site works or how cell tower works?
Well, I know how it works because I've been trained by the AT&T engineers and the records custodians from AT&T.
But you're not trained in how to collect those data.
I know how to collect the data. The phone determines the tower. It seizes the best signal. That data then is collected through the network and then recorded in these records, which then I interpret and use in these cases.
Okay, but you're not an engineer, correct?
I am not an engineer, yes, sir.
Okay, and you never worked as an engineer for an AT&T or any service provider?
No, sir. I've been in law enforcement my entire career, and I've been doing cell site analysis almost full time for the past 7 years, and I've done thousands of these types of cases.
So you stated that your work is based on approximation, correct?
Approximation?
Right here, approximate location.
Again, it illustrates my work illustrates an approximate or general location as to where the phone could be at the time that those interactions occurred.
Now, you also discuss cell towers and antennas. Would you agree with me that there are several different types of cell towers?
Absolutely.
Okay, now there are macro cell tower, correct?
Yes, sir. Every tower in this case was a macro cell tower.
And that macro tower can coverage an area between 4 to 20 miles. Is that fair to say?
Well, in Knoxville, it's not going to cover 20 miles. I would say in the desert out west, it could cover 20 miles. But here in Knoxville, these towers are approximately a mile to 3 to 4 miles apart, so they're not going to cover 20 miles.
So based on your analysis for Knoxville, you said between a mile to 3 to 4 miles.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part of that.
Okay, sorry. From your analysis, based on the towers in Knoxville, you're saying it's between a mile to 3 to 4 miles.
Yes, sir. So like the towers there close by, actually if I can refer to my notes, I can tell you how far apart they are. The towers close by to Hembry Street are about a mile, probably about a mile or so apart. And then that one that's a little further out, let me see here. Yeah, so they're about a mile to 2 miles apart, and then that one that's further out is a little bit further.
Okay. And did you analyze the towers here in Knox County, the one that you specifically mapped out?
I mean, I looked at the records that I received, and then I compared that to what's on the tower list, and that's what I mapped. I'm not sure what you mean by analyze.
What did you analyze what kind of antennas they have for the tower that you analyzed?
No, I looked at the antennas. I looked at the towers that were being used, and I know that they're macro towers. And so from my experience, I can make a judgment as to approximately how far those towers could reach.
Well, do you know what kind of antennas do they use?
I don't know that off the top of my head, sir.
Okay. And now we talk about antennas. In this case, you say there are 3 different antennas that cover 360 degrees. Is that correct?
Well, there's 3 sectors, and those sectors combined cover 360 degrees. Now, how that's broken up, most of the time, is broken up into 3 sides.
Okay. And the antenna, they have tilts when it is placed on the tower, correct?
There could be some tilt on the antenna, either usually down tilt, because the antenna is located above where most of us spend most of our time on the ground, and therefore the coverage has to be projected towards the ground. Yes, sir.
The tilt controls the signal, is that correct?
I don't understand what you mean controls the signal.
It control how far it broadcasts the signals.
Yeah, it can control how far it broadcasts, but still, we have, even if it's tilted, we still have another tower. I'm making the judgment based on the distance to the next tower. So even if it's slightly down tilted, I'm still making that judgment based upon where the next tower is located.
So my question, if it tilt lower, so the area of coverage is shorter, correct?
Yes, sir. Like if I were to stand up here and shine a flashlight straight out towards the back of the room, or stand up here and shine it right behind the prosecutor's table, that down tilt would impact the coverage area.
And in this case, you don't know the tilt of the towers you analyzed, correct?
No, sir, I did not. I didn't factor that into my analysis, again, because I'm focusing on where that tower is located and where that next tower is located in that same direction.
So we did talk about connectivity. So the call detail records, that is basically a recordation of when someone make a phone call, correct?
Well, the call detail records include somebody making a phone call, somebody making or receiving a text message, and then the data records. So it's a record of all the data transactions going on, whether the user of the phone is actually doing something with the phone or whether it's in their pocket. There's still data transactions going back and forth.
And the tower that serviced that call is the one that is recorded down, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in a situation, if you have 2 towers, the person could have make the phone call, it connects to this tower, but the mobile switching center assigned this tower has to service tower, correct? And this tower will be the one that will be recorded down, am I right?
I don't understand your question, sir.
Well, if the individual is right here and they have the strong signals, the best signal, they make the phone call and the phone connects to this tower, but the call will be routed to the mobile switching center, is that correct?
Okay, so
if you make a phone call,
yeah,
your phone call is connected to a tower, correct?
it is.
And that signal was sent to a service provider, the mobile switching center, is that correct?
Yes, the call will go through a mobile switching center. Yes,
And
sir.
that mobile switching center will assign the tower that it will service that call, correct?
No, the phone determines which tower services that call. That decision's already made before the call is made.
So you're saying that if it connects here, this tower cannot service the call?
What I'm saying is, if it connects initially to that tower, if that phone determines that that tower is the best signal, that's the first tower that's going to be recorded on the records. Now, after that call is made, if that phone moves, or let's say maybe rare chance that tower gets overloaded, the network, if you're within the range of the second tower and at an acceptable level, the network can then move you over to there. The interesting thing about AT&T is they will record all those handovers. So as the phone's being moved around, you can actually see that going on. I think up to 25 separate handovers. That's why you'll see a lot in this report. You'll see a time, and you'll see start next to it, and then you'll see HO, that's handover, and then you'll see end, and that's the tower that the call was, that the phone identified as the network, the tower it was on when it ended the call, or it ended the session.
Is it possible, sorry, is it possible that if a cell phone connected two towers at once, is that possible?
I don't think it could be, I mean, on a voice call or in a data call.
Well, let's start with the voice call.
Yeah, in a voice call, I don't believe it could connect. It can see that there's other towers out there. It can measure the signal from those other towers, so it can be connected to one and then measuring the signal from the other, but I don't believe it can be connected to two at the same time.
What about with data?
With data, you can have overlapping handovers. So if you started a data session now, and then you started one in 30 seconds, and depending on where that phone was, it can have overlapping handovers. So it could be potentially on two towers at the same time.
So it's possible for data, correct?
It's possible for data.
Now, you pointed out over here that for the number that belonged to Brian Norbert, this ping right here, you saying that the phone was at that location, correct, within this gray area?
Yeah, so that's not a ping, it's a recorded record of the location of where the phone was that was recorded by the phone. And so that latitude and longitude, it was recorded by the phone, either from GPS signaling or from measurements from Wi-Fi signals in the area. And that is where the phone, where I'd expect to find the phone within that gray area.
Now within the red ping right here, the accuracy is 65 meters, that's about 214 feet, is that correct? It can be located within anywhere around that gray area. I think you can look at the screen too.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so, yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, but you also testify it could be outside that 65
It could
meters or 214.
It could be slightly outside of that. When I said that, I didn't mean it could be, again, up on Magnolia Avenue. I wouldn't expect to see these in succession the way they are if the phone was somewhere else.
So the phone could be in any directions, correct?
The phone could be in any direction from that pin. Yes, sir.
So based on your analysis of the cell phone records, you determined it's going to be around this general area. Is that correct?
In reference to only the cell phone records?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, John.
Redirect.
Is subscriber identification information in any way relevant to your analysis as to the path that these phones took?
Not at all. I could tell 150 stories about times when subscriber information did not match the person who was found holding the phone or believed to be holding the phone. So I really, other than knowing the address for my own use, and so I have a general idea of where that address is, it has no relevance in what I do on a daily basis.
And the purpose of this report is to be able to trace and track the movement of these two phones during the time period that's relevant to this particular proceeding.
That's correct.
And that's what you accomplished.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mathis?
Nothing
Ms. Robinette?
One question. So when you just testified, will you agree with me that the phone that is located there, you don't know the individual that hold that phone, correct?
I've said that already.
Okay.
At least twice. Yes, sir.
So that's correct.
I have no idea whose hand that phone was in at the time. I was not there. And other than my limited involvement of this case, I don't know whose hand that phone was in at the time.
That's all.
Ms. Mathis? Thanks, Special Agent.
Thank
Have
you,
a
sir.
good trip home.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies. I was going to recess. Sometimes I forget who's in charge of this court.
Judge Clark will sit down.
Let's take a recess, folks. If you guys don't discuss this case by yourselves, you can leave notebooks and chairs, go up to the officers. I'll see you in a few minutes. Don't finish today, or
So, we anticipate we have 2 witnesses left. Shannon Morris, I will tell you, Your Honor, I believe is going to be very long.
yeah.
Dr. Rollins, I don't know is going to be that long, but I was planning on calling him last. And we do have the issue about the autopsy photos.
Do you think we could do Morris today and then the doc in the morning?
I mean, we can.
Is that
we can
okay?
try. Sure.
Let's just finish with Morris today, and then we'll do the ME tomorrow, and that'll let us do the autopsy photo review prior to the jury coming in the morning.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's take a 10-minute recess.
The ID only stuff? Where you going? Come on, guys.
We know they get to look at them. Can't look at them. That's what we look at them. Right.
You know, well, he may get blue flues. It's just fine. I'll tell you what I do. It's just there's no issues. Also, should be a national holiday day. It's opening day.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Should be a national holiday.
I would agree with that. Should be working right now.
apologize, Judge. We were just running through some preliminary exhibits that are gonna come in through this witness. We were just gonna go ahead and raise our objections to these, just make it go a little
Okay.
faster when the jury's
Okay.
in. So we had talked about a lot of the images on the phone pre-trial. There are just a couple that we hadn't hit on, so I
Okay.
flagged those for the general.
So it's 4, right?
I think it was, let's see, this one. We'll raise 4. I can't remember if we addressed this one or not. I think we might
Okay.
have Olive Bridge on. So, just some ones that we hadn't previously addressed. So these are gonna be images, depicting Mr. Freeman, or what appears to be Mr. Freeman. I don't know that they've been identified, but, one's referring to a candlelight vigil. I just think that that's gonna evoke emotion. I don't think that it's appropriate. I don't think it adds anything to the case. They've already got that photograph in, I think, in a prior exhibit there, without the text on it. So I would object to that under 403. And then I would also just object to the ones that are, they're Facebook download. So, I mean, I don't know that, we'll see what the witness is able to testify about how those got to the phone, if they're saved or if they're just sent. But I would just object to all of those as 401, 403 for this witness.
By the way,
We think,
the court has looked at these images and some similar to those. I do believe that there is some relevance because of the location of where they're found. They're found, I anticipate, I'm going to hear testimony that they were found on one or more of the defendant's phones. And the text message on the one about the candlelight vigil, I think, is also relevant, and the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of prejudice, because it shows that this is certainly an acknowledgement that Mr. Freeman was killed. And there may be completely innocent reasons for these images to be on somebody's phone, but it may also show a consciousness of guilt or consciousness of involvement in Mr. Freeman's life. So, over defense objection, we'll let the state keep those in there. All right, now we ready?
6 for you.
Ronnie. Everybody may be seated as state way the college jury.
State ways, Your Honor.
Ms. Matthew, way the college jury. Ms. Robinette, way the college. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for that break. We're ready for our next witness. You know, please come next witness.
Shane Morris.
Can you please come forward, Officer Morris? Just right up here next to me. You please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat, ma'am.
Please tell us your name.
Shannon Morris,
Where are you employed?
Knoxville Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Be 13 years in June.
What do you do at the Knoxville Police Department?
Digital forensics. I'm assigned to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
What is digital forensics?
Takes apart the information that's stored on computers, tablets, smart watches, cars, pretty much any kind of digital MP3 players. You can pretty much get digital evidence off of anything that's got a chip.
How long have you been working in digital forensics?
It'd be 13 years.
Have you had any training that allows you to hold this position?
Yes, ma'am. I've got a master's in administration of justice, but I have almost 1,200 hours of individualized training just for digital, for mobile, computer, and digital forensics.
So is the training different for computers versus phones versus laptops?
Yeah, it's a different, you can get certified in mobile forensics, which includes anything that's mobile. And then you have vehicle forensics, and then you have computer forensics, which is your laptops, your computers, and then you even have what they call a specialized chip off, where you actually remove the board, take off the chip, and read the data that way.
And so during your employment with the Knoxville Police Department. Have you had any certification in any of these areas?
All four. I've got Cellbrite training, which is a mobile. I've got XRY, which is a mobile. I have Magnet Axiom, which is mobile and computer, and now is getting into the vehicle field. I've got Burla training, which is the vehicle forensics. I have Teal, which is the specialized chip-off training. I've got Belkasoft, which is a mobile and computer software that I've got a certification in. And there's probably more.
So let's back up. You said you had, let's talk about the mobile device. What's the name of that again?
I have Cellbrite, is a mobile tool that we use, XRY, Belkasoft, and Axiom. Magnet Axiom does mobile devices.
So Cellbrite, if you don't mind, you spell Cellbrite.
Celllebrite.
And what is Cellbrite?
It's a specialized software tool developed mainly for mobile devices. It's the industry standard at this point. Everybody's competing to be Cellbrite. They've broken into the market of, password cracking and stuff like that on phones.
And you're certified on that?
Yes.
What's Axiom?
It's another software tool that's developed mainly for computers. They have ventured into the mobile world now, and same difference. They will extract the data, and then they parse the information and put it in a format where you can read it and understand it, other than just the ones and zeros.
Just for our records, how do you spell that? How do you spell it?
Axiom. Oh, it's Magnet, Magnet, Axiom, Axiom.
And you're certified in that?
Yes.
And what's the other program?
We used, I don't think we did use XRY. That's the two main ones that I've used. And Burla, the IV software is developed, and Burla is the company that runs that software, which is the infotainment centers and the hard drives from vehicles.
And for the record, can you spell Burla?
BERLA.
And what is Burla?
It's a company, and they were the ones that developed, it's an IV software, IVE is the software, and they have developed software like printed boards that you attach to these devices to make the devices feel like they're in the vehicle, and from that point you can extract the data off onto a computer.
And so in working with the Knoxville Police Department in these, I guess with the mobile device examination, the infotainment device examination, is that right?
Yes.
And then did you also say you've got some type of computer device?
Yeah, computer forensics where you remove the hard drive to get the same data that way. That's through IASIS, is like an international certification that I got back in 2011. So, yeah.
And so in digital forensics, once you do this examination, you prepare an extraction report?
Yes.
And have you done that in the past?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
For mobile devices?
Yes.
For computers?
Yes.
Infotainment systems?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you testified in court in the past?
Yes.
Have you been accepted as an expert in digital forensics?
I have.
At this time, we will offer Shannon Morris as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
Maybe approach Young?
Sure.
Cellhawk is actually a call detail record software that is, it's browser based, so you connect to it and you load your AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, all those, you load all that information into that, and it can either plot the data, or it can, if it gives you like the NELOS, which is the actual device, where the device is at, it'll put all that on a map for you.
And so this Cellhawk program, is this a program that you use?
Yes, yeah, we subscribe to it, and I'm certified in it also.
So that's another certification?
Yeah.
And so in this case, did you use Cellhawk as well?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We would offer Shannon Morris as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection? Very well. So is it Investigator Morris?
No, I'm a
No.
civilian, yes, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Morris is now deemed, for the purposes of this trial, an expert in the area of digital forensics. Again, that allows her to render her opinion within her area of expertise. But just because she renders her opinion does not mean that you're bound to accept it. It's your job to judge the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. But she is an expert. She can give her opinion.
Christy, I apologize. What's her next number?
397.
I'm trying to think of the best way to do this presentation. You have prepared an extraction report in this case, meaning an extraction report for 2 different cell phones
Yes, ma'am.
and for 2 infotainment systems.
Yes.
So let me first approach and ask if you recognize Exhibit 383. What is Exhibit, you recognize Exhibit 383?
Yeah, it's the radio infotainment center out of a 2014 Ford Fusion.
Okay. And do you recognize this as being one of the infotainment systems that you examined?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury how you go about examining and how you went about examining this infotainment system?
Okay, they have a really, Burla has a guide, and it walks you step by step how to remove the device from the car. Once you get the device back to the office, this one had it's got a printed circuit board. You attach what they call a DIB, which is an attachment to make it fire it makes it the ability to think that the car is running. So the infotainment center thinks it's in the car and it's running. So at that point, you connect it through that DIB through your computer, and it extracts all of that data from that infotainment center. Not all of it's readable. I mean, they don't parse all of it, but quite a bit of, especially the GPS, Bluetooth connections, any kind of mobile, if you put music on.
Now, from that infotainment extraction, were you able to determine the name of that car?
Yeah, it was referred to as SYNC, SYNC.
So unless someone changes that name, anytime a mobile device connects up to that car, what will be shown?
Well, if you've got your Bluetooth on and you get in the vehicle, it'll pop up and say that the sync wants to pair with your phone or your watch, whatever you've got that's in Bluetooth.
And will that infotainment system also maintain that information?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's for the fusion.
Yes.
Let me approach and show you Exhibit 384. Ask if you recognize Exhibit 384.
Yes, that's the unit that came out of the Nissan Altima. I think it's a 2020 blue Nissan Altima.
And same question, did you examine this infotainment system out of the blue Altima?
Okay, on this one, I removed the device. Same, they bring the breakdown, but it is an unsupported device at this time. So I took out the infotainment center and I had to send it off to TBI. I was not certified at the time to do a chip off. So the chip was removed. The chip was then sent to Burla. Burla extracted the information and sent me back the IV tool, the software that they put all the information on.
And were you able to examine that information?
Yes,
And so, were you able to determine whether or not that report gave the name of the, whatever the Nissan Altima would be called if it were to connect to a Bluetooth device?
yeah, it said it was my Altima.
And so anytime a Bluetooth device hooks up to my Altima, to that blue Altima, it's gonna show what?
My Altima,
Unless someone changes the name.
yes.
And so is this showing you exhibit 204? Do you recognize this vehicle
I do, it's the Altima,
that you got
the infotainment center from.
and this exhibit 285?
The Ford Fusion, the 2014 Ford Fusion, that the infotainment center came from, the sync.
Showing you exhibit 372. Do you recognize exhibit 372?
Yes, it's the iPhone 11 that belonged to Rashan Jordan.
Now, did you conduct an examination of exhibit 372?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we begin, is that going to be phone number 865? Were you able to determine the phone number for that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
865-403-9873?
73, yes.
That's going to be the phone number for that exhibit.
Yes, the iPhone 11, yes.
Now, showing you exhibit 397. Do you recognize exhibit 397?
Yes, it's a screenshot from the software that examined the phone.
Is that Mr. Jordan's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, looking there at the screen, can you walk us through what is shown here on the screen? What type of information can you get from a cell phone?
It varies. On this one, we got the MAC address, which is going to be the, more or less, an address of that device, so you know which one you're hooking up to. Depending on the size of the phone, it could be, I mean, I've had them as big as like 2 million artifacts.
And so what about this phone here, the phone that,
I think this was Rashan, I think it had like 800 and 700, or 870 some odd thousand artifacts that it pulled.
what are artifacts?
It just little bits of data that it was able to read and put into the format for you to look through.
And so that 870 some thousand
Yes.
artifacts, we're not gonna go through all those.
Oh, no, I haven't gone through all of those.
And so there are certain ones we're just gonna pull out and talk about.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay? And, so, but I first wanna just talk about what we're looking at here on the side. Explain to us the layout of this, right here, this screen.
Okay, on the left, you've got the list of certain artifacts in this screenshot that it pulls. You see it'll pull any connected devices. Operating system is going to be the file system that is actually, you know, all this information came from the phone. So anything that the phone holds, it's going to have some type of location on the operating system. Application usage, same thing. Every app that's put on there has their own what they call sandbox usage, which it runs within that, and it'll register that on the phone. You know, documents. Anytime you download an app, you'll probably get a PDF for that app in maybe 20 different languages. Most likely that's going to be on there if you don't know to delete it. Email and calendar is just that. Any digital forensics, it's very scarce how much you get on email. That's just not one of those artifacts that you can get a lot of. Media is going to be pictures, images, social networking, just like I said, you know, any type of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any of the, actually pretty much all the major social networking they're able to gear at those at this time. And that's just the screenshot that it's shown. There's others, there's call logs, there's text messages, you know, there's location data. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that, depending on if it sees it, it'll populate that artifact.
And there are some things that we pulled out that we want to present as evidence.
Yes.
There's a whole bunch of other stuff that we're just
Oh, yeah.
not going to.
Yeah.
All right, so let's look here. Tell us about the Bluetooth devices. What is that?
Okay, that's what that phone had connected with at some point to Bluetooth. It can be, you can see there's a watch, or not a watch, a speaker. There are 2 cars, well actually 3 cars. The Chevrolet Cruze is a vehicle. And TVs, anything that your Bluetooth syncs with, it'll make a record on here.
And so what I've highlighted here, my ultimate, this is going to be that exhibit number.
This one?
Yes.
397.
397. What can you tell us about the connection to my ultimate?
Okay, the MAC address for the Altima is the 5816D7 3C 4F95. Anytime anybody, even if you went in there and changed my Altima, that's never going to change. That's going to be the address for that infotainment center until it's destroyed. It gives you the name. You can change that on the car if you choose. The last seen date is going to be the last time that your phone, this iPhone 11, connected to this My Altima, which shows here 2/12 of 2021 at 15:41:39, which is local time. In the bottom right-hand corner, the time zone set to UTC -5, and so that's giving us the time in local time. Then it tells you what kind of device it is. It's audio-visual. The class is going to be a hands-free device. You see the speaker has a wearable headset device. And then it breaks it down on the right-hand side and just gives you the source of like where in that file system all this information came from.
And so 1541, is that 3:41 p.m.?
Yes.
So 3:41 p.m. on February 12, 2021, Rashan Jordan's phone was last seen by my Altima.
Yes.
Folks, I'll just point out to you, Ms. Fitzgerald says it's Rashan Jordan's phone. Mr. Jordan may contest that it's his phone, right? So
what we know from these records is that this particular phone.
Yeah, the iPhone 11 connected.
So, it's iPhone 11, teal, iPhone 11, with what phone number again?
I think 9873 is the last four.
It's last connected with the My Altima at 3:41 p.m. on February 12,
21.
Now, what about Apple Health Steps? What can you tell us about that?
It's the new craze. Everybody wants to keep up with their steps. Your phone will do it. You don't have to have any other device. As long as your phone is moving, it'll register your steps, running, up and down steps, riding your bike. Any kind of exercise, you can get it to follow what you're doing.
And so even though it says Apple Health Steps, does it mean that it's calculating steps?
Yeah, on this one, it means it's calculating actually like how many steps you're taking.
And so this highlighted line here at 3:41:55, what does it tell you?
It says there were 61 steps taken with this phone. Somebody had this phone taking 61 steps, which was a duration of like a minute or a second, 1.66 seconds.
And that was on February 12, 2021.
Yes, at 3:41:55 local time.
Steps is going to be 398. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'd like to move into evidence exhibit 397 and 398.
Over a previous objection will be admitted as 397, 398.
So, what is cache locations?
Okay, that is a new, I guess, artifact that has become available on the newer iPhones. It is cache, meaning a temporary file, which means it just holds it onto your phone for quicker access. And in this case, it'll follow where you're located. It'll pick up your GPS status, whether you want it to or not.
And so, Mr. Robinette, so this is going to be. So this is going to be the. And so, in this case, were you able to get the cache location
Yes, from the iPhone 11.
from the iPhone 11? Now, in getting the cache location, what did you then do with the cache location?
That's when I put it into the CellHawk tool, and it gives you GPS coordinates, the Latin law, the time, and then it maps it for you and lets you see the movement of the phone.
And did you do the cache location for what time period?
3 o'clock to 4:15, 3 p.m. on the 12th through 4:15 on the 12th.
So, and that you provided us with it's a short movie, like a minute and a half or something like that.
Yeah, it just shows the movement around, yes.
We'd like to move this in as Exhibit 399
Over a prior objection will be good.
and just play that for the jury.
Sure.
Okay, I'm ready. What are we looking at here?
That is a screenshot of the CellHawk tool. The map that it provides, you'll see it's similar to Google Maps.
And so this is Austin East here,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is Todd Walker Park,
Yeah, the ball fields.
Youngwood, and Green.
It's actually the time that the device was hitting at that location.
And this is the time over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready?
And so, thank you. Can you mute it again for a second? And so what did the mapping there tell us about the cache locations for that phone?
It just shows you on the map where that phone's movement at that time.
Thank you.
We had the lights back on.
That's gonna be $3.99 and a projector.
Oh, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry.
That's $3.99. And now, for 400, did you take like a sampling of all of these cache locations for us if we want to look at them?
Yeah, and just compared them to the call detail records with the cell towers and any kind of calls and texts that came through on the phone.
So showing you Exhibit 400, are these some of the points that you relied upon in making that movie for us?
Yes, this one, these go all the way out, I think, till 4:15. I think that stops a little before 4 p.m.
Like move that in as collective 400? We're not seeking to go through all these.
Those are, each page is an individual cache point of where it was at a particular time.
Yeah, and on the iPhone 11, it's got the cell phone tower, plus it'll have a marked, it'll have a, it'll have a marking, the ones that are colored black is the iPhone 11. The ones that are colored purple is from the iPhone XS Max.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily the one phone. You put these
They're
together.
together, yeah.
Okay,
But it's at the same time,
I got you. It's by the time,
yes.
not by the phone. Okay. Any additional objection on 400? Be 400.
So this is going to be for the.
That's,
The
both
gray
phones
is
are there. Yeah, the black is for the iPhone 11. And the iPhone 11 is the one with the cache location. So it's going to have the location of the phone along with the cell tower it hit and any kind of coordinating phone calls or text messages that came through at the same time.
So all of these grays here, is that for the iPhone?
Where's the purple?
I'll take out the purple.
Okay.
So I need to take out the purple.
Yes, anything that's purple is from the other phone.
The grays are for the iPhone 11.
Yes.
And so we're seeking to move in all the grays as exhibit 4 for the iPhone 11.
That's exhibit what, 400?
400.
Any additional objection?
No, you know, original.
Yeah, right.
So just so the jury knows what we're talking about, what are we looking at here on the screen?
Okay, you're gonna see the triangulated area of the cell phone tower. It's gonna be the black with the shading. And it explains to it in the node. It'll show you which node it's hitting on, that cell phone at that point, the lat and long, date and time. And down here at call type, it'll either say data, it'll say text message, or it will say other, and then voice. So depending on what is happening, data most likely, you know, everybody's data is running if you're looking at maps, if you're playing music, anything like that. So the duration of that data transfer was 2 minutes and 1 second. And then, I'm sorry, and then the smaller in the circle, it's going to tell you over here on the bottom, it'll say the iOS cache location. It's going to be the date and time, the lat and long, and you're going to have an accuracy meter on there, which the circle represents. So at this point, that phone is within 29.25 meters of that location.
Now, let me go to 401. What are significant locations?
No, that's going to be locations that your cell phone, mainly an iPhone, will pick up if you have your location data on. And it's going to be, again, it's for convenience factors for the iPhone user, that it's going to pick up where your phone is most of the time. It'll keep that information in your phone, so when you go back to that location, it can plot it accurately. If you decide to ask it to get you somewhere in that area, or any, you know, if you're taking pictures, it could attach your lat and long to that.
If I can approach. If I can approach and show you exhibit 401. Do you recognize exhibit 401?
Yes, it was the significant location that was pulled off of the iPhone 11.
I'd like to move into evidence exhibit 401.
Any additional objections?
No, you don't.
Before we
We can display this to the jury.
Great.
Yes, sir. If I'm good. All right, what are we looking at here?
That green dot there.
Did I do that? I'm sorry.
Probably, but we can get rid of it. There we go.
Okay, this is just going to explain to you what is this significant location is for. People use the park car when you go into like a big, like if you're at a party or something and you park, or a concert and it's away from where you're normal or you're used to, you can click it and it'll mark that car as that's where it's at. So when you get done and you want to try to find your car, you can pull it up on your phone, and it's really, you know, that's used a lot in, you know, those parking garages that get everybody kind of turned around, and it marks it on your phone as a location, so you can find it when you get back to your car, to try to get back to your car.
And what does this highlighted line say?
And it shows that it's a parked car artifact, and the address is 2055 Washington Avenue, Knoxville, in the United States, Tennessee, 37917. And the date that it was created was 2/15 of 2021 at 4:06:45 p.m. And then on the side, it'll actually show you the world map. It'll plot that for you on this software, and then it shows you the Latin law on the details information.
So, the user would have to put this information in the phone?
Yes, on the parked car version of it, yes, it's user initiated.
And so this isn't something that happens automatically?
No, it will track significant locations automatically if it picks up you're in certain areas that you frequent, but the parked car option is user initiated.
401, 402. So let's talk about, you recognize exhibit 402 and 403?
I do.
What's exhibit 402?
There were Snapchat memories pulled off of the iPhone 11.
So we'd like to move to the evidence exhibit 402 and 403.
Over objection will be 402 and 403.
So 402, tell us, what are we looking at here?
It's a label that's on the side of a gun, and then it gives you, again, different artifacts. It gives you the create date and time when that actual snap was created, not the picture, but when that snap was created.
And so can you tell us what is Snapchat for those of us who don't have Snapchat?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a social networking application that you can chat on. You can share pictures. It provides those. You see all those silly faces that they put dog ears and tongues and stuff. It's just a fun app. It's really become really popular. You can add videos, take pictures, however you want to use it, and you can message on it.
So how do you know? Do we know whether or not this is a picture that was received by this phone, or whether or not this was a picture made by this phone?
Oh, I have no idea on this one.
Okay. What information do you know just from this preview here?
That snap was created on 2/12/2021 at 12:42:26 p.m.
And you know that because of the information there in the columns?
Yes, in the create date and time. And then, of course, it shows you the time zone, which will put it local.
And so that create date column is what tells you that that's when this map was created?
Yes, from this artifact, the create date and time. Now, your create dates and times can be different from artifact to artifact. On the Snapchat memories, the create date and time is when that snap, which on Snapchat you can create images or videos, and you can set a time frame to them to where they disappear. And so when that snap was created was at 12:42:26 p.m. on the 12th.
403?
The same thing as a Snapchat memory. And this one was actually created on 2/12/2021 at 2:00 p.m.
That's 403. what, tell us what is the difference between an iOS messages, SMS, and MMS?
Okay, iOS messages are going to be text messages from one iPhone to another iPhone. It goes into the short message, the SMS, when it goes from an iPhone to an Android. The MMS is going to be any kind of media file, a video, a snap, anything like that. If you share it through text, it'll go through as an MMS, anything with motion.
404. You had that? Yeah, if you want to mute that. I'm not gonna have that on. So that one is. Okay, I'm ready. So I'm gonna come back to the chats. What about the pictures? What can you tell us about the pictures?
Most cell phones, I've never extracted a cell phone with less than probably 50,000 images on it. There's going to be, yeah, anytime you download anything, anytime you visit a site, it's going to create, again, for the user's convenience, a thumbnail. So when you go back to it, it can populate it quickly. Then you've got your pictures taken through a cell phone that's saved in its own area on the file system. Then you've got images that you can save from text messages, from any kind of social media, videos, and it actually, under media, it'll also collect audio files.
No, these are all from his, all from the teal iPhone.
Y'all glad I fed you pasta for lunch now?
I think we're in the bathroom break.
Yep. Let's take a recess, folks. Don't discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave it up with your chairs, go with the officers. See you in a few minutes.
Do you want me to get down?
I'm a little confused. Have we not seen all these documents before? So why is this taking so long, folks? I don't understand this. I really don't. I know y'all get to see what they're gonna put out there, but we've litigated this stuff over and over again. So I don't understand why we're looking through each one of these pages once again. I would think that we all know what it is that's getting ready to come up there. Is there any way that we can speed up the process a little bit? I mean, other than the objections we've already gone through, are there additional objections that y'all have to these?
I think we had
Okay.
just one about a message.
So, I'm just gonna assume you've already shown all these folks.
Yes.
Now, if there's something that you're trying to bring in that they haven't seen, obviously you need to show it to them first, but we gotta pick up the speed a little bit on this thing, okay? Let's take a 5-minute recess, we'll come back and continue.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
All right, Joan, go ahead.
All right, 405. Recognize exhibit 405.
I do.
All right, what can you tell us about exhibit 405?
It's a piece of media picture that was found on the iPhone 11. It's got a create date and time of 2/12 of 2021 at 3:58:03. And when it comes to a media device, there's a difference between a create date and then the EXIF create date. This is the create date, which was, this image was created on this phone at 2/12/2021 at 3:58:03.
What do you mean it was created on that phone?
It was saved, it was screenshot, it was put on this device at that time on 2/12.
In the second page, is that the same picture?
It is, and it's got a different file name, and it's either been a screenshot of two different occasions, because a PNG is going to be the file extension that your iPhone uses when you make a screenshot or save something to your phone.
So it's two different times that image has been saved on that phone.
Yeah, 3:58, and then again at 4:41 p.m.
It's going to be exhibit 405. I'd like to move that in as evidence.
Of a previous objection before 5.
Let's go to 406. You recognize exhibit 406?
I do.
What is, and is it a series of photos for 406?
Yes.
What can you tell us about 406?
The first picture, you can see that it's got the HEIC, which is only used by the iPhone. It's the special format that an iPhone will put a phone in. And on the second, you'll see what I was talking about with the EXIF data. EXIF data is going to be, it's in the red box, it's going to be what they call data about data. It gives you a more detailed, it could give you the GPS coordinates, what kind of device took it, what kind of, if it's a camera, what the lens model is, the aperture, stuff like that, and then also like the dates and times. And if it's the date and time, the create date on an EXIF data, that means that is when this iPhone 11 took this picture at 21:29:34 on the 12th, and that is going to be UTC time. And if you go above it, you'll see the create date local time is going to be 9:30 or 29:34.
And so that's at 9:24 p.m.
9:20, yes, p.m. local time.
on February 12, 2021.
February 12th, 21, yes.
So all of that is collected. What about that next page?
It's another image. It's got the generic file name. There's no really telling how it was taken, but it was put on this, saved on this phone on 2/12 of 2021 at 9:33:54 local time. And the back page is going to be another HEIC image, which was taken with an iPhone 11, and the create date and time of it is going to be 9:32:15 on 2/12 of 2021 Eastern Daylight Time, our standard local time.
I'd like to move those slides in as collected 406.
I have a previous objection before 6.
Let's go back to let's go to 407 again. What can you tell us about exhibit 407?
Okay, it's another image. Looks like a screenshot of a Facebook page, and it was saved on this phone. This was created on this phone on 2/13 of 2021 at 8:36:05 p.m. local time.
So even though it's the same picture, it's been saved again.
Yes.
407.
For objection before so.
About 408.
It was another image that was found, and it was, appears to be the apartments on Washington Avenue, and it was created on this device on 2/14 of 2021 at 5:53:39.
Make that exhibit 408.
Any objection to this?
No, yeah.
Okay, 408.
409.
Yeah, again, it's an image that was saved on this device on 2/15 of 2021 at 11:28:46 a.m.
Now, how do you know it was saved on the device? How do you know it wasn't received or scrolled through on Facebook?
When you passively scroll through anything on Facebook, unless you make some attempt to either read the device or read whatever the post is, it's not going to populate on your phone. You have to the user has to, a passive scroll through your board will not put every picture that you see on your phone.
So this image was saved on this phone.
It's either a thumbnail or, but it was created on this phone on the 15th.
It's 409.
Previous objection before 9.
About 410.
It's an image that was saved on the device. The date on it is 2/16 of 2021 at 2:36:51 a.m. And it looks to be a picture of the newspaper.
Move exhibit 410 in as evidence.
Previous objection before 10.
411.
It's the same, looks to be an image, and it was saved on this device at 9:42:14 a.m. on the 16th of February 2021.
Exhibit 411 in as evidence.
That was previous objection before 11.
412.
Okay, this is the JPEG, the image of a video that was on the phone, and it was saved on the device, and you can't see it here, but the save date and time on this device is 2/16 of 2021 at 9:50:22 a.m.
Move that in as exhibit 412.
Previous objection before
413.
Another image saved on the device, created on the device on 2/16 of 2021, 10:24:50 a.m.
Move that in as exhibit
Previous objection before 13.
413. All right, so this device, it also can store videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell information about when the videos were created or made or?
Yes, if they don't come through social media, anything you post on the internet anymore will strip all that EXIF data off, so you're not going to be able to get the EXIF information from it. But if it was not sent through, if it's just sent through iOS messages or text messages, a lot of times the EXIF will appear.
What can you tell us about exhibit 414?
And it looks like it's a movie from Snapchat, and it looks like it was truly created on 2/11/2021 at 2:29:34 local time. The create date at the bottom will give you the UTC time.
You said truly created?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
that means that's when, I don't know what device created it, but this video was created at that date and time. It was made at that date and time.
Make that exhibit 414.
Have a previous objection before.
Let's go to exhibit 450. I know this is it starts out dark.
Yeah, it's a video, and again, you've got the create date, the exif create date, when the video was made on 2/12/2021 at 8/11/28, and that coincides with the create date, which means it was saved on the phone on this device on 2/11/2021 at 8/11/28 p.m.
Would like to move into evidence exhibit 415.
No previous objection before 15.
What about 416?
Okay, this is, it's an image or a video, and sometimes the artifact goes into a different category, like this one is the photos media information, and you'll see that it actually has picked up that it's a Snapchat and the directory of where it's located, and then this create date and time is again when this snap was created, which was 2/15/2021 at 8:44:23 local time.
This is exhibit 416.
No previous objection will be 416.
He just bought a black and he didn't ideal. He didn't ideal. Come to Chevron and get his.
Let's look at 417. What can you tell us about exhibit 417?
Okay, this was a video that was created with this exif date and time. So the video was created on 2/16/2021 at 9:50:16 a.m. and you can see it was saved on this device at the same time.
I'd like to move exhibit 417 in this evidence.
No previous objection will be 417.
Right, we are finished with the telephone. Now, take a look at exhibit 371, the white iPhone. Do you recognize exhibit 371?
Has it been resealed?
You need a knife.
Oh, I got it here, yeah. Sorry. Okay, yeah, this is the SX Max. It's an older phone than the 11.
Did you examine that phone?
I did.
And same questions. You prepared a report.
Yes, same process I went through for the other phone.
How much information was in this phone exam?
Yeah, it was less. There was less information in this one. The whole cache location was an addition that came out with the iPhone. I believe it was the 11. It was the first phone that came with that.
And so this phone didn't have the cache location?
No, ma'am.
So we're not going to have a movie showing the movement of this phone?
No.
So this phone is older than the 11?
Yes.
So, let's go to 418. Show me exhibit 418. What can you tell us about exhibit 418?
Okay, this is just a screenshot of the Bluetooth. This was from the Cellbrite software, so it's laid out a little different. But it shows that on 2/12/2021 at 8:42:08, which is UTC time, so we have to subtract 5 from that. The Bluetooth connected, and you'll see the device name was the Sync, the SYNC. The identifiers on there.
So, on February 12, 2021, you said UTC time, we got to subtract 5.
Yes.
So at 3:42:08
08.
on February 12, 2021, this white phone connects up to the Sync infotainment system out of the Ford Fusion.
Fusion, yes.
can you also find out information about the Apple Health steps?
Yeah, it'll do the same as the 11. It'll keep up with steps, any kind of motion that's where the phone's moving.
Showing you Exhibit 419. You recognize Exhibit 419?
Yes, it's registering 20 steps, at 2/12/2021 at 3/41/42.
Move Exhibit 419 in as evidence.
Any objection? 419.
All right, so what about text?
Same thing on the iPhone. The iPhone XS Max, same difference with the iMessages, the SMS, and the MMS.
What can you tell us about Exhibit 20? I'm sorry, Exhibit 20. Exhibit 420.
Okay, yeah, this is a chat message extraction from the Cellbrite extraction. Again, same information, it's just got a different format to the Axiom. And it'll give you where the device is, the stored, the source information, and it'll have the date and time attached.
So, if you can you explain to the jury the layout of this extraction?
Okay, yeah, you'll see the participants on the top. That's going to be just an identifier that the phone creates. Actually, that's going to be your Facebook identifier. Anytime you create a Facebook along with the name, you'll get an individualized number. It'll say, and then in the conversation, the blue is coming to the owner, which is going to be the green, or whoever's started the conversation, receiving the conversation.
And so in this case, the owner has the Facebook name of Gans VZ.
VZ, yes.
And so the incoming is A, the outgoing is yay.
Yes. And again, that timestamp, you need to do the -5.
And why do you have to do the -5 on the UTC time?
We're in right now, and it's one of those where this was in February, the time changes in March. And so once the time changes in March, we're only 4 hours behind UTC time, which is the time coordinate, the Greenwich Mean Time, and every time zone is based off of it. So being in Eastern Standard and we do the daylight, right now we're at -4. In February, we were at -5.
And so the blue says, I got a clip for sale, and what does the white iPhone say?
What kind?
And the person says 9mm, and what does
It says I got a 45, GOTTA.
and what was the date?
For the last message was 2/11/2021, 5:25:44 p.m. So -5 would be what, noon? 12:25:44.
That was
20.
I will agree with objection before 20.
moving Exhibit 420. Let's look at 421. Recognize Exhibit 421.
Again, yes, it's a text message in the Cellbrite format from that XS Max.
Now, so are there different types of texting apps? Is there something called Text Now?
Yes, and that's where you can make up a number. You don't have to give the number associated with your phone.
Okay. And so tell us about this text exchange.
It looks like there was a message sent that they were interested in a Glock 19, which was for sale on arms list. And the guy or the person responded, "Yeah, man, what you got?" And the user is trying to sell a Glock 37 Gen 4. And then what follows are images of that. And it says pics and info, and yeah, I think they've gotten out of order, but
Are there photos up on the wall?
yeah, that's the images of the photo that is trying to be sold.
Move that in as Exhibit 421.
I will agree with objection before 21.
422. You recognize exhibit 422?
I do. It's an image, and based on the file path, it was created in the Lightspeed image cache, which again is one of those temporary files that Facebook has created for Facebook Messenger to make the whole user experience better. And it was created on this device at on February the 12th of 2021 at 4:30:17 p.m. minus the 5, you've got 11:30:17 a.m.
On 212.
On 2/12, yes, ma'am.
I have a previous objection before 22.
This is going to be 423. Is this one of the images as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to determine when the image was created on the phone?
Yeah, it showed, it had its own create XF date of 2/4/2021, and it was saved to the XS Max on 2/13 of 2021.
Make that 423.
Previous objection before 23.
424. Let's go to some videos. Thank you. What can you tell us about exhibit 424?
Okay, this video was created at 2/12/2021 at 1:42:35 local time. It's an MP4.
And so it was made.
Yeah, the video was created and then it was saved on this device at the same time at 1:42:35.
Got that nigga in a bag. Fuck you talking about? Got it, bro.
Put that in as exhibit 424.
I have a previous objection before 24.
What about 425? What can you tell us about exhibit 425?
Okay, this video was actually created at 4:05:49 local time on the 12th of February of 2021. It was saved and created on this device at 4:06:46 on the 12th.
Now let me ask you this. How do you know, what if someone had like sent this video to the device? Do you have to take an extra step in order to save it to the device?
Yeah, it's not if you just passively look through it and touch it, it won't save it. If you play it, then it'll save it to the device.
Like moving the evidence, exhibit 425.
Previous objection before 25.
Oh my God, where the fuck is they at talking about everybody in rap bitch keep wanting to do all that asking questions? What's going on? I don't know his name. He always think him on my Facebook. Keep him. I think so. I hit child cars. He hit the pop. Oh my God. He hit the mailbox. Y'all, we trying to see who this is, y'all. Oh my God. Yeah, look, oh my God, oh my God. I do not, damn, what is this mama name? Lord Jesus. Is this one? His mama live on the corner. I forgot her name. No, this a boy, but his mama stay on that corner. Yo, look at this. Oh my God, y'all pray for this boy. Harvey, come on!
What about 426? What can you tell us about that image?
Okay, it's another video created the MP4. The EXIF create date and time was 2/12 of 2021 at 5:10:27 p.m. And again, it was saved on the device at the same time.
hour after this last video we just watched.
Yes, ma'am.
Like in evidence exhibit 426.
Previous objection before 26.
Because he got on the line, and then his people they crying. Niggas better ride with you, better jump up and fly with you.
Show you exhibit 427. Recognize exhibit 427. There's it's like 3 sheets there.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is exhibit 427?
Appears to be the doorbell video from, well, I know it's the house on Cathedral.
So what can you tell us about the time of the recording?
The device, it was saved on this device or created on this device at 2/12, on 2/12 of 2021 at 11:21:32 p.m. local time. And you can see the other images of, it gives you a frame by frame breakdown of the video.
Evidence exhibit 427.
Any objection? 427.
Let's go to 420. 428. That's exhibit 428.
Yeah, it's another image. It looks like it came from Facebook with the FB image downloader header on the file name. It was saved or created on this device on 2/12 of 2021 at 4:54:09 p.m. local time.
This is exhibit 428.
Have a previous objection before 28.
429.
Yeah, it's another image from the device that was created on the device on 2/12 of 2021 at 4:54:40 p.m. Again, it looks like it came from Facebook.
430. I'm sorry, like in the
Oh,
evidence
yeah,
exhibit
we're previous
429. What about exhibit 430?
Yeah, it's another image, same thing with the same file name, starter. Created on this device on 2/13 of 2021 at 2:15:07 p.m. This local time.
Moving to evidence exhibit 430.
Previous objection before 30.
Exhibit 431.
Okay, again, appears to be a Facebook post. It was created or saved on this device on 2/13 of 2021 at 44:59 p.m.
So can you read that into the record?
It's from Stephanie Roush Hayes.
I'm gonna object to being read into the record. It's our
Well, I
attorneys.
mean, the image is, so I mean, it's part of publishing, so it's in, I'll let her read it.
So let me tell you what this child was doing just 10 minutes before this completely unnecessary and devastating event. He was standing beside me as I explained an assignment he wanted to make up from the day before. He was asking questions. He was listening patiently, and as he walked away, he thanked me just as he had done every other time he had asked for help this semester. Just a few short minutes later, as I stood outside after school, I heard the shots that took his life. He was just a kid, and he was a great kid. He didn't deserve this. He was part of our 4th block family, and our class will never be the same without him. This has to stop. All our kids want is a chance. Please let us give them this chance that they deserve.
And so this is what, remember when I talked about some hearsay is admissible, truth matter asserted, some isn't? This is not offered to prove the truth matter asserted. So you can't read that and think, oh, well, what's being said in there is evidence, must be true. It's just in there because that's the image that was allegedly saved to the phone, okay? Okay, proceed.
432.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. 431.
Yeah,
Again, a Facebook image created and saved on this phone.
this is 432.
432.
The date this was created on this phone was 2/14 of 2021, 12:52:17 p.m. local time.
It says exhibit 432.
Over previous objection, be 432.
The last exhibit that I had, Mr. Robinette wants me to attach a response, and I've got that response. I just don't have it with me. So I would like to introduce this.
Subject to, you agree with that, Mr. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I go ahead.
Exhibit, this is 404. Going back to Mr. Jordan's phone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The
Going back
iPhone
to the
11.
Teal phone. Going back to
Okay.
the Teal phone. Do you recognize exhibit 404?
I do. It's
And what is
iOS messages, text messages.
And if you could read into the record 404 what the text exchange is.
It starts at 1:02:38 local time on 2/12 of 2021. It says DIS, wax, WAX, why you said had dim 7.62 bullets again. The response from the cell phone ending in 4175, it says, I got you some, and that was at 1:02:53 p.m. the same day. Then at 1:03:40, the response came from the iPhone 11. It said, bet LMK when I can KAN get EM.
That's going to be 404, and I'll bring the second page.
Yeah, subject to the response would be 404.
Did you read, and you did tell us that the last 4 digits for the white iPhone,
7441.
7441 for the white iPhone. Also, Your Honor, some housekeeping matters. Again, showing you exhibit 373. Again, this is a video that we talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Like to move to evidence exhibit 373.
Yeah, I think we were holding off for her to identify it, so we'll make that 373 now.
Exhibit 380. You recognize exhibit 380?
I do.
What is exhibit 380?
It's an extraction from the iPhone 11.
Move this in as Exhibit 380.
Very well.
Exhibit 375.
Yeah, it's another extraction from the phone.
Move this in, that you did.
Yes,
Like
yes.
move this in as Exhibit 375.
Same time.
Exhibit 374.
Yeah, it's
The
video.
extraction you did?
Yes,
All-
ma'am.
Are these all extractions that you did?
Yes, yes,
Like
everything
this
that you've gone through.
Like move this in Exhibit 374. Did you do the extraction for Exhibit 376?
Yes, ma'am.
Like move this in as Exhibit 376. Did you do the extraction in 378 and 379?
I did.
Like moving into evidence Exhibit 378 and 379. Did you do the extraction for Exhibit 4 and 4A?
I did.
Like to move Exhibit 4 and 4A in as evidence. Exhibit 5 and 5A, did you do that extraction?
Yes, ma'am.
Like to move Exhibit 5 and 5A in as evidence. Exhibit 9 and 9A, did you do that extraction?
I did.
Like to move Exhibit 9 and 9A in as evidence. Exhibit 208A, did you do that
I did.
extraction?
Yes.
Like to move that in as evidence. Exhibit 377 and 377A, did you do that extraction?
I did.
Like to move that in as evidence.
Over previous objection will be received and
Could you pass the witness, Your Honor?
Finish, please approve. We're going to give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Morris. However, it's 5:15 now, and it may not be too short, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the day. We're getting close, I think, to the end of the state's case, so there's a chance we could start deliberating in this case tomorrow. I have no idea. The defense is also given an opportunity to present evidence and witnesses and exhibits if they wish to do so. I never really know until we get to that point whether or not there's going to be additional proof. And so we may or may not be deliberating tomorrow. As I said earlier, when we started this thing, I don't anticipate working on Saturday or Sunday. We only do that in a case of emergency. And so if we don't finish it tomorrow, then we'll come back Monday. But be prepared to work a little bit late tomorrow, just in case we get it to you sometime tomorrow and you start deliberating. Once again, please avoid all local media coverage and anything about this case in particular. Do not visit any places mentioning the case or discuss this case with anyone. So tomorrow I have another fairly heavy docket I need to address. I'm going to work on that from 9 to 10. When we come back and continue with the state proof at 10 o'clock. It's another Greg Isaacson murder.
I'm getting the water. I'm running for my life.
I actually did that to get rid of it. Just kidding. All right, folks. So I want you to take your notebooks with you, go to the officers. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, folks, you're gonna have to see. We got a lot of exhibits to clean up here. We'll work on that. I really do have a lot tomorrow. I'm gonna try my best to get it done by 10. So y'all try to get here at 10 tomorrow, and we'll resume today's case. And after this reception tonight, if the server's working, I will continue on the instruction. I'll just tell you, I've not gotten very far in them. So I will do my best to get y'all a draft tonight of the instructions, so you can start looking at those. All right, anything from the state?
No, sir.
Ms. Mathis?
There.
Mr. Robinette? Have a good night, folks. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Court stands adjourned until 9.
Those include the subscriber data.
That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Where's this big stack of records that's supposed to go with that?
Very big.